Beneath the Earth's crust, past myth and memory, lies a hidden world, forgotten cities, buried empires, and whispers of civilizations that may have never seen the sun. They weren't just lost, they went underground. From ancient megaliths to forbidden tunnels, this is the story of those who vanished below and what might still be lurking in the dark. Welcome to the most terrifying lost civilizations that may have lived underground. Descend with caution. Some doors were never meant to be reopened. Before we dig deeper, make sure you hit subscribe. It helps us keep unearthing the secrets history tried to bury. And while you're here, drop a comment. Where in the world are you watching from? And what time is it right now? Midnight in Manila? 3 a.m. in Ohio? We want to know who's brave enough to descend with us after dark. Agartha. Beneath your feet, below the mantle, deeper than the deepest mines, there's said to be another world, a kingdom, hidden in the Earth's hollow shell. Its name echoes like an ancient drumbeat in the halls of the occult, Agartha. This is no ordinary lost civilization. This isn't Atlantis drowned in salt water or El Dorado swallowed by jungle. This is the abyss beneath the abyss, the empire under all empires. Agartha is the crown jewel of underground myth, a subterranean utopia, ruled not by kings, but by ascended masters, beings of dazzling wisdom and terrifying serenity. It is, according to believers, the heart of the hollow earth. And if the stories are to be believed, it's not just real, it's still there. The tale begins not in fire, but in ice. The roots of Agartha's legend trace back through Tibetan Buddhism, Hindu cosmology, 19th century mystics, and Nazi occultists with too much time on their hands. At the center of it all is the persistent, tantalizing idea. Earth is not solid, it is hollow. And inside that hollow is a city of impossible beauty and unimaginable power. How do you even begin to tell the story of something that no one has ever seen but everyone has a map to? Let's start with the first expedition. Or rather, one of the first that really put Agartha on the Western imagination's radar. The year is 1927. A man named Ferdynand Ossendowski, a Polish scientist, writer, and all-around global nomad, publishes a book called Beasts, Men, and Gods. He claims that during his travels through Mongolia, he heard whispers of a kingdom beneath the earth, a land of wonders and advanced wisdom known as Agartha. There, the king of the world lives, a being of immense spiritual power, directing world affairs through a kind of mystical telegraph line. Crazy? Sure. But not for the time. This was the era when spiritualism and theosophy were all the rage in Europe. Madame Blavatsky had already been talking about the secret chiefs and hidden masters since the late 19th century, and her followers were eating it up like esoteric candy. Agartha fit perfectly into the lore, a hidden realm of divine intellect, shielded from the corrupt surface world, waiting for its moment to return. Now, let's talk geography, or more accurately, invisible geography. Maps of Agartha have been drawn, meticulously, by believers and theorists, not metaphorical maps, literal ones. There are entrances said to exist at both poles, in the Himalayas, in the Amazon rainforest, and wait for it underneath the Sphinx in Egypt. Some diagrams look like they were made in a fever dream, others like military briefings. Agartha's capital, according to some, is a radiant city called Shambala the Lesser, not to be confused with Shambala the Greater, which exists somewhere else underground. Yes, there are subterranean rival cities. This rabbit hole goes down forever. And speaking of rabbit holes, let's introduce the Nazis, because, of course, they're here. During the 1930s, elements within the SS, particularly the mystical obsessed Ahnenerbe Institute, became obsessed with finding Agartha. They believed it might hold the secret origin of the Aryan race, or advanced technology, or both. They launched expeditions to Tibet, scanning for hidden entrances, interrogating monks, drawing up bizarre theories about polar openings and internal suns. In this version of history, the Nazis didn't just lose the war, they retreated underground. Here's where things get weirder. The belief in Agartha isn't just a relic of the 20th century. It lives on in conspiracy forums, YouTube deep dives, and New Age cults. There are communities, real people who believe that Agartha is an advanced civilization that not only still exists, but occasionally sends representatives to the surface. These beings, sometimes called Agarthians, are described as tall, radiant, and overwhelmingly peaceful. Basically elves with PhDs in quantum engineering. And then there are the stories about technology. Some claim Agartha runs on free energy, on an inner sun known as Smoky God, or a source of power derived from spiritual vibration fields. They supposedly have anti-gravity ships, healing chambers, and libraries made of crystal. More than one UFO encounter has been attributed not to aliens but to craft emerging from inner Earth tunnels. What if those saucers aren't from the stars, but from beneath the crust? Let's zoom out. If you squint, Agartha starts to look less like a myth and more like a mirror reflection of our fears and hopes. When the world above feels too corrupt, too broken, too brutal, we invent a world below, pure, untouched, governed by wisdom instead of greed. That's what Agartha is. A psychic projection of our ideal self, buried where no one can reach it. It's Eden after the fall, Atlantis after the flood, Utopia after we gave up trying to build it up here. And yet, even in metaphor, Agartha terrifies. Because buried in the legend is a ticking clock. The belief is that one day, Agartha will rise. Its inhabitants will return to the surface, not as conquerors, but as revealers bringing with them the lost truths of humanity, the real history, the suppressed knowledge. And here's the catch. When they come, we will be judged. That's why so many of these stories end in apocalypse. Agartha isn't just a city, it's a reckoning. So, where's the evidence? Good question. There are no photos, no verified relics, no GPS coordinates, but there are stories, millions of them. Accounts from explorers, testimonies from mystics, writings from shamans, and notebooks scribbled in candlelit seances. There are ancient maps with strange notations, religious texts that describe kingdoms beneath the earth, and folklore from cultures that had no contact with one another but still talk about cavern worlds, inner suns, and divine teachers who dwell below. Coincidence? Collective hallucination? Or a memory? Here's a curious detail. In 1965, a strange manuscript known as the Smoky God resurfaced in fringe circles. It claimed to be the account of a Norwegian sailor, Olaf Jansen, who sailed through a polar opening and lived in Agartha for 2 years. He described giant people, vegetation, the size of skyscrapers, and a society of kindness and longevity. He returned to the surface and was locked in an asylum. You've heard that story before, haven't you? The lone witness to a truth too big, too strange, too world-breaking to believe. The surface calls it madness. The underground calls it initiation. The ultimate question isn't whether Agartha exists, it's why we want it to. It promises everything we lack: harmony, truth, purity, power without cruelty. But to get there, you'd have to dig down. Not just through the soil and stone, but through the layers of our own myth-making. And even if you found a door, would you open it? You've just been introduced to the mythological capital of the Hollow Earth, elegant cathedral of every lost civilization theory. But Agartha is just the beginning. Because deep under the snows of the Himalayas, there's another city. It's older than any empire, wrapped in mantras and mystery, whispered about in monasteries and conspiracy boards alike. Its name is Shambala. And if Agartha is the throne room, Shambala is the sanctuary. Shambala. If Agartha is the heart of the Hollow Earth, then Shambala is its soul. Whispered through Tibetan monasteries, buried in the folds of esoteric maps, encoded into spiritual lineages. Shambala isn't just another lost city. It's not Atlantis reborn. It's not Lemuria in a cave. This isn't a place you stumble into. You don't find Shambala unless you're meant to. Because Shambala isn't just underground. It's hidden in consciousness. Let's start with what the texts say. In Tibetan Buddhism, Shambala is a pure land. That means it's a realm beyond ordinary suffering, tucked away not on another planet, but in another plane of reality. And yet paradoxically, it's described with startling physical detail, nestled somewhere in the mountains north of India, surrounded by impassable snow peaks, protected by magical forces. In some accounts, it's deep beneath the Himalayas, accessible only through secret tunnels or spiritual passageways. And here's where things get tricky. Shambhala is often talked about like a spiritual state of being and a physical kingdom at the same time. Think of it as a quantum civilization, both there and not there. Underground, but only if your soul is calibrated. It's the kingdom of the awakened, populated by bodhisattvas in human form, where advanced beings prepare for the moment they will intervene in human affairs. This isn't a peaceful retirement village of sages. Shambhala is a sleeper cell of enlightenment waiting. According to the Kalachakra Tantra, a sacred Buddhist text, Shambhala is ruled by a lineage of kings who hold the secrets of time, space, and consciousness. The current ruler, known in prophecy as Rigdon, the Unshakable One, is said to be preparing an army, not of soldiers, of awakened warriors. Their mission? To rise when the world descends into barbarism, chaos, and total darkness. Sound familiar? It should. This is the endgame myth. The hidden kingdom waiting for the surface world to collapse under the weight of its ignorance. When that happens, when humanity forgets its divine nature, Shambhala will return. And not quietly. This isn't just folklore. The Shambhala prophecy was taken seriously enough that when the Dalai Lama gave Kalachakra initiations, entire ceremonies were held to prepare people for this awakening. Some even claim those teachings were meant to open portals, not metaphorical ones, but literal, interdimensional doorways into the sacred realm. Let's dig deeper and darker. During the early 20th century, European occultists were obsessed with Shambhala. To them, it wasn't just a Buddhist myth, it was proof of a hidden race of superior beings, a holy grail of lost knowledge. Some, like the Russian mystic Nicholas Roerich, claimed to have found clues of its location. Roerich, a painter and explorer with a penchant for spiritual diplomacy, led expeditions across Mongolia and Tibet in the 1920s. He insisted Shambhala was real and its signs could be found etched into mountain stones, whispered in temple halls, and encoded in ancient rituals guarded by monks. He wrote that Shambhala was not a place, but a condition, but he also left behind maps, literal ones. Even the Nazis couldn't resist. Heinrich Himmler and his occult circle within the SS believed Shambhala and its supposed twin, Agartha, might be real underground kingdoms. They envisioned one as a seat of light, the other as a base of darkness. This duality played into the Nazi obsession with esoteric polarities, light and dark, Aryan and degenerate, spiritual and material. Expeditions to Tibet were launched, some believe not just to collect relics, but to find the gates to Shambhala. Spoiler, they didn't. Or maybe they did, but weren't invited in. Because here's the thing, Shambhala doesn't open its gates to just anyone. In the ancient texts, the kingdom is said to cloak itself from the unworthy. You can pass right through it and never know. It's invisible to the greedy, the impure, the skeptical, and if you try to force your way in, legend says you'll be driven mad or worse. There are reports, whispered through the fog of half-believed explorer tales, of entire expeditions disappearing in the Himalayas, of hearing chanting echoing from deep within mountain caves, of guides abandoning their employers at the last minute, claiming they had come too close, of sudden storms, landslides, compass failures. all interpreted as Shambala's defense mechanisms, the kingdom pushing back. Some monks believe the city vibrates at a higher frequency, not metaphorically, literally, as in, if your body isn't attuned to the right vibration, you'll pass right through its threshold like a ghost in reverse. This interpretation finds strange resonance in quantum theories and modern-day multiverse talk. In a way, Shambala may not just be underground, it may be slightly sideways in the dimensional spectrum, humming on a different dial. The myth evolves. In modern spiritual circles, Shambala has become shorthand for a coming golden age, a realm not just beneath the mountains, but within you. The idea is that each of us carries a spark of Shambala, and when enough sparks awaken, the city itself will reveal its coordinates. It's the spiritual version of crowdsourcing enlightenment. And yet, despite its mystical branding, Shambala also radiates a kind of quiet dread. Because what happens when the enlightened warriors rise? Some traditions say the final king of Shambala will lead a spiritual army in a cataclysmic war against the forces of ignorance and darkness. A literal end-times battle not fought with bombs or blades, but with consciousness itself. The battlefield? The soul of humanity. This prophecy doesn't end with everyone holding hands. It ends with purification. And in that word lies 1,000 terrors. Imagine it. A subterranean kingdom of perfected beings, emerging not as saviors, but as judges, coming up from the deep to audit our collective karma. Their arrival would be less like a rescue and more like a reckoning. No golden trumpet, just a quiet voice in your mind asking, "What have you done with the world we gave you?" Let's pivot to architecture. Descriptions of Shambala's layout are eerily precise. Circular in design, with 8 concentric rings and 8 gates. It mirrors the structure of a mandala, a sacred geometric diagram used in meditation. The city is said to be built around a central palace made of crystal, gold, and light. Streets lined with radiant stones, music that plays from the air itself. No death, no war, no disease. And time is optional. The city is protected by forces of illusion, capable of bending perception and folding reality. Some texts say the moment you begin to doubt, the city disappears. Others claim it's constantly shifting, alive, as if the kingdom itself is sentient, and when it sleeps, you forget it ever existed. So, what do we make of this? If Shambala is real, it represents the most terrifying kind of lost civilization, not one that was destroyed, but one that chose to vanish. A society so advanced it stepped out of history and into permanent myth. They didn't fall, they withdrew. They're still there, waiting for the right cosmic alignment, the right karmic bell to ring, before they resurface. And that idea is profoundly unsettling. Because it means we're not alone. But not in the way we think, not in the aliens watching from afar sense. More like roommates, upstairs, making a mess, while the beings in the basement are practicing yoga and preparing for the day we get evicted. Shambala is the mother of all subterranean sanctuaries, the secret school beneath the chaos, the perfect city under the imperfect world. But it's not the only one. Legends stretch beyond Asia, into Europe, into the Americas, into the literal rock of the earth itself. Next, we dig down into stone and silence, a real place, a city so vast, so deep, and so perfectly constructed that its full extent is still unknown to us today. It's not a myth. It's a confirmed underground metropolis, and it wasn't built to store grain. It's called Derinkuyu, and it might have once been a civilization that gave up the sky altogether. Still with us? Good, because it only gets stranger from here. If you're enjoying the descent, make sure to subscribe so you don't miss the next turn in the tunnels. And tell us in the comments, where are you watching from? And what time is it right now? Are you tuning in from the daylight or deep in the midnight hours? Derinkuyu civilization. There's something unnerving about going underground. Your ears pop, the light changes, the air thickens, presses against your lungs like it's remembering something you forgot. It's the kind of place that doesn't just make you feel buried, makes you feel judged. Now imagine not a basement, not a cave, but an entire city, hollowed into the earth, more than 280 feet deep, with room for 20,000 people, livestock, storage, chapels, tombs, water wells, and air shafts running like veins through volcanic rock. This isn't science fiction, this is Derinkuyu. Deep beneath the plains of Cappadocia, Turkey, lies one of the most mind-shattering archaeological sites ever discovered. A place so massive, so precise, so inexplicably sophisticated that no one alive can say exactly who built it, when, or why. All we know is that it's real, and that something or someone had dug it out with absolute purpose. Welcome to the Derinkuyu civilization, the real-life underground mystery that reads like dystopian myth. Let's roll back the stone. The first modern discovery of Derinkuyu happened in 1963 by accident. A man renovating his basement knocked down a wall and found, not pipes or rats or mold, he found a tunnel. And that tunnel led to a staircase. And that staircase led to madness. What he had stumbled into was just a piece of fraction of a massive, sprawling underground complex carved directly into soft volcanic tuff. As more walls were knocked down, more tunnels emerged. Rooms, chambers, hallways large enough to drive wagons through, ventilation shafts wide enough to support life, descending like wind-sculpted chimneys from surface to cavern. And this was no crude hideout. This was infrastructure. Sliding stone doors the size of a car could seal off sections of the city. They rolled across entrances like ancient bunker tech, designed not just to close but to protect. Every floor had a purpose. There were schools, stables, chapels, meeting halls, kitchens, grave rooms. Even a baptismal chamber, implying spiritual rites, were carried out underground, away from the sky, perhaps in defiance of the world above. Here's the kicker. This wasn't the only one. Derinkuyu is just the deepest known site in a network of over 200 underground cities in the Cappadocia region. Many of them are believed to be connected by subterranean tunnels that stretch for miles. Yes, miles beneath the earth. This was not a fluke. It was a way of life. So, let's ask the obvious question. Who the hell builds this? Mainstream archaeology pins the first phases of these underground cities to around the 8th or 7th century BCE, attributing the work to the Phrygians and Iron Age people of Anatolia. Later, early Christians supposedly used them as hideouts from Roman persecution. Later still, Byzantines may have expanded and maintained them. But that's a maintenance schedule, not a construction plan. That's history, trying to retrofit understanding to a massive architectural anomaly. Because here's the problem. Even with modern tools, recreating Derinkuyu today would be nearly impossible without significant planning and advanced engineering. The volcanic rock is soft enough to dig, yes, but soft rock collapses. So, to dig that deep and wide, without the city caving in on itself, would require profound geological knowledge, structural insight, mathematical precision. The air shafts? Perfectly spaced. The water system? Engineered to avoid contamination between levels. The lighting? Designed so that torches wouldn't suck up all the oxygen. These aren't the rough-hewn alcoves of desperate refugees. This is a designed habitat for long-term life underground. And that raises the terrifying question, what were they hiding from? Because no one digs a 20-level city just for fun. You go that deep for one reason. You believe the surface is unlivable. So, what was happening up there? Some believe Derinkuyu was a response to invasion, a hideaway for populations under threat from raiders, armies, or empires. And sure, that checks out temporarily. But you don't build a 600-room subterranean system with livestock quarters and community kitchens just to wait out a few days of trouble. You build that because you're preparing to stay down there for a long, long time. Other theories get darker. What if Derinkuyu wasn't for hiding? What if it was for surviving? Surviving a cataclysmic surface event, a war, a disease, a volcanic winter, or worse, a change in the sky itself. Some theorists suggest Derinkuyu may have been a refuge from cosmic disaster, comet impact, solar storms, or nuclear-like fallout from a forgotten ancient war. And yes, we're deep in speculative territory now, but Derinkuyu invites that speculation. It practically demands it. Because it's not just what we've found, it's what we haven't. There are no records of its construction, no blueprints, no inscriptions, no royal decrees announcing its founding, no mythology passed down about its purpose. It just exists. Perfectly carved, impossibly deep, mysteriously silent. A city without a story, which means we have to invent one. Some believe Derinkuyu wasn't just inhabited by ordinary humans, but by a separate civilization, one that evolvador retreated underground. The consistency of design across Cappadocia's cities suggests a cultural unity, maybe even a single master plan. A civilization that made the decision, the surface is a liability, down is better. This would explain the sheer scale, the organization, the obsession with air, water, and light control. This wasn't a panic shelter, it was a habitat, a choice. Imagine a people who gave up the sky, who traded clouds for ceilings, who lived, farmed, worshipped, and died beneath volcanic stone. What would they become? How would they change? Would they adapt to the dark? Would their eyes fade? Would they grow quiet, slow, deep in thought, speaking only when necessary? Would they fear the stars? There's a kind of psychic pressure to Derinkuyu. When you look at photos, when you walk its tunnels, you feel it. The space isn't just physical, it's mental. Every chamber echoes with the thought. What was so terrifying about the surface that this was the better option? Some speculate Derinkuyu was connected to ancient Sumerian tales of the Abzuthe underworld waters where divine knowledge lived. Others suggest it links to mythic snake people, like the Nagas of Indian lore. Still others go full Hollow Earth, claiming the entire region was part of a global network of inner-world civilizations connected by underground highways. Derinkuyu as a transit station, a rest stop on the path to the deeper cities. And here's the detail that chills the spine. Even today, we don't know how far it goes. Only a fraction of Derinkuyu is accessible. New tunnels are still being mapped. Entire levels remain unexcavated. And beneath even those, it's rumored, there may be lower levels sealed off, hidden, or too unstable to enter. What lies at the deepest point? No one knows. Maybe it's just more stone. Maybe it's a tomb. Or maybe it's a door. If Derinkuyu is the proof of an underground civilization, then it's also the warning. A monument not just to human resilience, but to human fear. Something drove people underground, and they stayed. For centuries. Maybe longer. We like to think of humanity as upward bound. Always climbing, always reaching, always looking to the stars. But Derinkuyu tells another story. A story of descent, of digging in, of turning our backs on the sky and betting on the dark. And the most haunting part? They did it well. But now, we go even deeper, not just geographically, but mythologically. Because Derinkuyu is real. It's carved in stone. But the next civilization? It lives only in whispers. In the dying echoes of an empire long swallowed by the sea, and a priesthood that vanished into the earth. The continent was called Mu. Its mystics were called the Naacal Priests. And when their world ended, they didn't die. They descended, Naacal Priests. When continents sink, legends rise. And when the floodwaters swallow an entire world, what survives isn't just memory, it's myth wrapped in robes, carrying torches through endless stone corridors deep beneath our feet. They are the Naacal Priests, and their story begins with a whisper long before the pyramids, before Sumer, before even the idea of history. The Naacal Priests were said to be the last keepers of the lost continent of Mu, an antediluvian empire allegedly older than any known civilization. According to some, it was the true origin point of humanity, a sprawling, technologically advanced landmass stretching across what is now the Pacific Ocean. And when Mu sunk either in cataclysmic earthquakes, volcanic fury, or a divine punishment so severe it cracked the crust of the earth, Naacal did not drown. They went underground. If Atlantis was Plato's cautionary tale, Mu is the memory we're not supposed to have, and the Naacal are the thread that connects us to it. Let's start with where this idea comes from, or where it claims to come from. The concept of Mu and the Naacal Priests was most famously popularized in the 19th century by Colonel James Churchward, a British occultist and explorer with a flair for forbidden knowledge. Churchward claimed he had been taught the language of the Naacal by a temple priest in India, who revealed a series of ancient tablets written in a script no academic had ever seen that chronicled the rise and fall of Mu. To Churchward, Mu wasn't just a civilization. It was the civilization, the source of all others. The Naacal Priests were its emissary Hyper advanced spiritual scientists who spread their wisdom across the world, to Egypt, to India, to the Andes, to Easter Island. Every megalith, every pyramid, every mysterious monument not quite explained by archaeology, according to this theory, that's Naacal handiwork. But when Mu fell, these priests didn't go down with it. Instead, they retreated into massive underground sanctuarious temples beneath temples, cities beneath cities. They became the silent guardians of lost knowledge, waiting for the time when humanity would once again be ready to receive what it had forgotten. And here's where things get weird. Churchward didn't just claim to have read their writings. He claimed to channel their thoughts. He described them as tall, radiant beings, utterly serene, with skin that glowed faintly and eyes that saw through time. They lived for centuries. They understood the fabric of the universe not through equations, but through resonance. Their language wasn't just spoken, it was sung, each syllable a key that unlocked different levels of awareness. Now, none of this holds up to academic scrutiny. Of course it doesn't. Churchward's tablets have never been produced. His priest mentor is unverified. And the Naacal language he claimed to translate? It has no peer review, no corroboration, no institutional approval, which is exactly what makes it perfect for myth. Because buried in Churchward's fantasies or revelations, if you prefer is a deeper truth, that the greatest civilizations do not die, they go silent. Let's consider the logistics. For the Naacal to survive Mu's destruction, they would have needed to plan a headway ahead. This wasn't a panic response. This was a long game. Imagine an order of philosopher engineers, aware of their world's impending collapse, carving out sanctuaries in the Earth's crust, deep below the seabed or the continental shelves. Not caves, but temple cities, encoded with their entire culture art, science, music, philosophy, cosmic maps, and probably a few apocalypse manuals for good measure. What kind of technology would that take? We're talking seismic foresight, structural engineering capable of withstanding planetary trauma, energy sources that don't rely on sunlight, air systems that mimic forest ecology, memory archives stored in quantum crystalline formats. Even today, we don't have that. But they supposedly did. Because the Naacal weren't just survivors, they were curators of destiny. And then, nothing. Silence. The earth swallows them. But the story doesn't stop there. Echoes of the Naacal appear in cultures half a world apart. The Naga temples of India filled with underground sanctuaries and serpent imagery. The Egyptian priesthood, whose hieroglyphs whisper about hidden masters beneath the sands. The Olmecs and Mayans, whose sacred texts, refer to teachers from a submerged land, the Hopi, who speak of ant-like beings that save them by leading them into the earth. Each of these threads points to a forgotten race of subterranean wise ones. The name differs, the faces change, but the shape is the same. Some believe the Naacal didn't just build new homes underground, they built portals, interdimensional gates, cloaked in stone and ritual that allow them to move not just through space, but across timelines. That would make them more than survivors. That would make them time custodians. Here's where we zoom in. Imagine a Naacal temple city hidden 100 miles beneath the Pacific, its walls breathing with soft luminescence, halls echoing with harmonic tones, like 1,000 singing bowls tuned to the heartbeat of the planet. At its center, a chamber containing the memory core, not a computer, but a living library of conscious energy, preserving the collective experiences of Mu. Priests walk these halls in silence, not because they're solemn, but because speech is obsolete. They communicate through thought, through resonance, through subtle shifts in frequency that ripple through the air like heat waves. They don't age, they don't sleep. They simply wait, not in stasis, but in meditation, dreaming with purpose, watching the surface world fracture and rage, biding their time. Because they believe, with religious certainty, that humanity will someday reach a point of readiness or desperation so profound that the Naacal must return, not as rulers, as reminders. And when they rise, the theory goes, it won't be with fire and thunder, it'll be with music, with light, with a hum so low it rattles your bones and clears your mind. The surface world won't even realize what's happening at first. People will just start waking up, feeling connected, remembering. But of course, not everyone sees the Naacal as benign. In some interpretations, they are gatekeepers of knowledge so dangerous it could unmake the world. There are stories mostly in fringe spiritualist circles of people who claim to have contacted these beings in dreams, rituals, or altered states, and come back, changed, sometimes enlightened, sometimes fractured. Because to touch the mind of a Naacal is to see reality without filters, no ego, no illusions, no mercy. What would you see? A civilization that mastered energy, only to watch it destroy them? A priesthood burdened with the truth that their wisdom would be misused? A world not lost, but hidden because we can't be trusted with the keys? There's a cruel irony in the Naacal myth. For all their power, all their foresight, they couldn't save Mu. They could only preserve themselves. They are the memory of a failure too large to fix. And they chose to carry that memory forward, like monks in a burning library, tucking away the last page of a manuscript even as the flames reach their robes. That's what makes them terrifying. Because if they're real, if they're truly waiting in their underground sanctuaries, Sit means they saw this coming. Not just the fall of Mu, but everything after. The wars, the empires, the ice ages, the internet, all of it. And they still haven't come back. Which means one of two things. Either we're not ready, or we were never meant to be. The Naacal priests are more than myth. They are the archetype of lost potential, of brilliance buried alive. They represent what we fear most, that someone, somewhere, already solved everything and chose not to tell us. But the silence may not last forever. Because if their prophecy is real, and their return is timed with some great shift on the surface, then we may be closer than ever to their emergence. And if the world starts to shake, if dreams become louder, and the stars start blinking in patterns, and ancient temples start humming again, then maybe, just maybe, the Naacal are stirring. But before that silence is broken, let's descend again, this time into Native American legend. Because while the Naacal were mourning Mu, another group on the other side of the world was being rescued. Not by gods, not by angels, by something stranger, something with antennae, Enter the Ant People. The Ant People, Hopi mythology. Every culture has a flood story, a tale of cataclysm that wipes the slate-clean oceans rising, fire falling, darkness swallowing the sun. But among the many that tell of Noah's, Utnapishtims, and floating arks, there is one that speaks of rescue not by deity, but by something insectoid. According to the Hopi, a Native American people whose cultural lineage reaches back unbroken for thousands of years in the American Southwest, there was not one world, but many. And each of these worlds has ended in apocalypse, floods, fires, ice, destruction on a cosmic scale, but humanity each time was saved not by luck, not by merit, but by beings from below. They are called the Anunnaki in some versions. But to the Hopi, they are simply known as the Ant People. And yes, they are exactly what they sound like. Let's strip away modern assumptions. The Hopi aren't talking about metaphor. Their traditions are oral, poetic, layered in symbol, but they're also astonishingly consistent. In these myths, when the first world was destroyed, the people were guided by a spiritual being known as Masau, the Earth Guardian, to the Ant People's domain. This domain wasn't in the sky. It wasn't in a far-off paradise. It was beneath the ground. And the Ant People didn't just give shelter. They taught survival. In the first world, the Hopi say the Ant People took the surface dwellers into immense subterranean chambers where they lived until the cataclysm passed. The Ant People fed them, taught them, nurtured them, not as gods, but as hosts. Let's pause and paint the image. You're a Hopi elder, standing under the searing Arizona sun, telling a child how humanity survived annihilation. And you say, they had slender limbs, large heads, and eyes that shone in the dark. They moved quickly, efficiently. They did not speak like us. They clicked and hummed, but they meant no harm. In any other context, this would sound like sci-fi, gray aliens in a cave, but to the Hopi, it's history, sacred history. So what were these Ant People? Some interpretations see them as literal insect hybrids. Perhaps early depictions of humanoids with antennae, maybe stylized representations of their unique features. Others, more metaphorical in approach, suggest the Ant People were simply humans, perhaps a forgotten race who lived underground, dressed in ceremonial garb that gave the appearance of insect traits. Or perhaps it's something stranger, a real subterranean civilization whose appearance defies surface logic, whose physiology evolved in low-light, high-pressure environments. Then there's the linguistic clue. In the Hopi language, the word for ant is anu, and the word for friend is naki, anu, naki. Yes, exactly like the name of the ancient Mesopotamian deities theorized in Sumerian lore. Coincidence? Maybe. But it makes you pause, doesn't it? Let's go deeper. The Ant People, according to the Hopi, weren't one-offs. They didn't save humanity just once. They did it again and again. In the second world, destroyed by fire volcanoes, meteor strikes, solar flares, who knows, the Ant People once more opened their underground cities to human survivors. They provided food stored in great granaries. They taught the people how to live without the sun, how to listen in the dark, how to speak without sound. Imagine that, a race that thrives where humans perish, a people who look like insects but act like saints. They don't conquer, they don't punish, they preserve. But then the door closes. After the surface heals, the humans are led back above. The entrance is sealed. The Ant People vanish into the rock, not as myth but as memory. And the Hopi carry that memory forward through generations, through migrations, through drought and empire and colonization. Still today, the Hopi maintain a spiritual connection to these beings. Their ceremonial dances include the Kachina spirit messengers, some of whom are said to have originated in inner worlds. In fact, some Kachinas are depicted with elongated heads, black eyes, and antenna-like headpieces. Coincidence? Symbol? Or coded description? Now let's zoom out. The American Southwest is riddled with underground legends. The Grand Canyon itself has rumors of hidden caves filled with strange artifacts. There are stories fringe, yes, of vast tunnel systems running beneath Arizona, New Mexico, Utah. Whispered tales of chambers that open for only a day each year, then vanish. Petroglyphs of figures that resemble ants, not just in posture, but in aura, bright, intelligent, intentional. And beyond America, this same archetype reappears. In Africa, the Dogons speak of Namo, amphibious beings who came from the depths to teach. In India, there are stories of the Nagas, serpent people, who dwell in vast underground palaces. In Mesoamerica, we find myths of underworld saviors, gods of the beneath who guide and protect during times of surface chaos. The Ant People may not be unique. They may be one face of a global archetype, the subterranean savior. Here's a mind-bender. What if the Ant People were not ancient, but post-human? Survivors of a previous age, perhaps even pre-Ice Age, who developed along a different evolutionary path. Forced underground by catastrophe, they adapted. Their limbs grew wiry. Their eyes adjusted to darkness. Their skin turned pale, almost translucent. Generations passed. Culture evolved. Technology simplified. And when the next disaster came, they emerged not as lords, but as stewards. Would that be so different from the myth? Because the Ant People, for all their alienness, are defined by one thing: compassion. They don't enslave, they don't judge, they share. They offer their world vast, dark, unfamiliar not as a prison, but as a sanctuary. They are, in some ways, what we wish aliens would be, or what we hope we might become, if pushed far enough from the sun. But here's the unsettling flip. What if they're still there? What if, beneath the mesas, beneath the buttes, beneath the very reservation lands where the Hopi still live, the Ant People continue to wait, not for worship, not for war, just for the next ending. Because the Hopi believe we are now in the fourth world, and they believe it too will end soon. Not through fire or water this time, but through imbalance, through greed, through forgetting. And when that happens, the Hopi say, a new passage will open, a new descent will begin, and maybe, just maybe, the Ant People will open their doors again. But here's the real terror. What if this time they don't? What if they've watched us too long, helped too often, and decided, enough? What if the lights in their tunnels have gone out, not from age, but from apathy? What if they've become like us? That's the haunting edge of the Ant People myth. It's not just about rescue. It's about reflection. It asks, what happens when the helpers stop helping? The Hopi keep their ceremonies. They keep the stories alive. Because in the end, myth isn't about the past. It's about preparation. And the Ant People aren't just folklore. They're the exit sign on the burning building of the fourth world. So, as we descend further into the gallery of forgotten civilizations, keep your ears sharp. Listen for clicking, humming, scratching in the walls. Because the Ant People may not be gone. They may just be listening. And from the high cliffs of Arizona, we move south into the clouds. Because there, in the misty highlands of Peru, another people vanished. Not into myth, not into history, but into the earth itself. They were called the Chachapoya, and they may never have left. Chachapoya Refugees. High in the Andes, where the clouds settle low like ancient ghosts and the jungle swallows stone, there once lived a people called the Chachapoyathe, Cloud People. They were tall, light-skinned, red-haired by some accounts, and wholly unlike their Inca conquerors. And when they vanished, they didn't do it with a bang or a war cry. They simply slipped into legend, into the trees, into the cliffs, or perhaps into the earth. This is not a lost city story. This is a lost people story. And perhaps more chillingly, it's a story of refuge not from cataclysm, but from conquest. Because when the Inca arrived and swallowed empires in their path, the Chachapoya did what many could not. They disappeared without a trace. Or, more precisely, beneath the trace. Let's start with the ruins. High in the cloud forests of northern Peru lies Cuelap, the so-called Machu Picchu of the north. But where Machu Picchu is all symmetry and order, Cuelap is something stranger. Built atop a remote ridge at nearly 10,000 feet elevation, this fortress city is ringed with stone walls up to 60 feet high, monolithic, even by Andean standards. Within the walls, narrow passageways, circular stone dwellings, and evidence of complex urban design. Outside the walls, emptiness, no roads, no satellite settlements, no evidence of gradual development. It's as if Cuelap sprang into being fully formed, then was left to rot in the mist. But here's where things get cryptic. Archaeologists digging in and around Cuelap have found evidence not just of highland architecture but of burial chambers hidden inside vertical cliff faces, accessible only through narrow, near-invisible ledges. These weren't casual graves. These were concealments, a civilization deliberately pulling itself out of view, turning verticality into security, choosing death with privacy over life under invasion. And then, the caves. The Peruvian Andes are littered with subterranean systems, many undocumented, many intentionally sealed. Local legends tell of tunnels that stretch for miles, connecting mountains to valleys, fortresses to sacred lakes, cliff tombs to nothingness. In some cases, entire burial sites have been discovered in caverns no wider than a crawl space, requiring hours of descent, with nothing but instinct and torchlight to guide the way. Some of these caves, once breached, are found to be empty, not plundered, empty, as if whatever was once there was taken by those who left not robbed, but relocated. So the theory arises, when the Inca came followed by the Spanish, the Chachapoya didn't vanish, they went down. Down into the caves, down into tunnel networks predating their own empire, down into places never meant for ordinary habitation, which raises the question, what did they find down there? Because the Chachapoya weren't just a minor tribe. By some accounts, they were among the most resilient, most enigmatic civilizations in pre-Columbian South America. They had their own language, distinct from Quechua, their own architecture, distinct from Inca, and they built sarcophagi with face elongated, alien, staring across chasms. And when the Spanish chroniclers came, what did they say? That the Cloud people were white-skinned, with European features, that they resisted the Inca fiercely, that they vanished into the highlands and beyond, leaving behind ruins no one could understand. And here's where it all starts to blur. Because Peruvian folklore is filled with stories of people who live inside the earth. Sometimes they're gods, sometimes demons. But often they're simply the others, those who lived before and perhaps still do. There are tales of underground cities made of gold, accessible only during eclipses. Tales of humanoid figures emerging from caves at night, with luminous eyes and strange garments. Tales of children disappearing into cracks in the mountains, only to return years later, unchanged and unable to explain where they've been. In Chachapoya territory, these stories are concentrated, and they always circle the same idea. There is something beneath the stone. So what if the Chachapoya weren't isolated highlanders, but curators of ancient passageways? What if their cliff tombs weren't just places of burial, but marker signposts for a subterranean migration? They couldn't fight the Inca forever. They couldn't face the Spanish guns, but maybe they didn't need to. Maybe they already had an exit strategy. And if that's the case, what culture did they carry with them? Because the Chachapoya were not just engineers and warriors, they were deeply spiritual. Their burial customs suggest a belief in life after life, not just metaphorically, but locationally. As if the dead didn't just pass on, they moved, and the living could follow if they were worthy. This gives rise to one of the darker theories, that the Chachapoya didn't just escape underground, they became something else down there. That centuries of isolation in deep earth environments, physically, culturally, even genetically may have transformed them, adapted them, twisted them into a version of humanity no longer recognizable to the surface. It wouldn't be the first time this myth appeared. In other cultures, subterranean refugees become watchers, keepers, shadows, always near, never seen. What if the missing Chachapoya became that for Peru? Silent residents of the rock, echoes in the caverns, still alive in some mutated sense, maintaining a forgotten code, a buried archive. Could that explain the numerous reports today of lights flickering in remote caves, of deep hums resonating from rock formations, of shapes moving in areas considered sealed for centuries? The rational mind says no. It chalks these stories up to geology, hallucination, or folklore. But the rational mind has never explained Quelap's purpose, or why so many cliff tombs were emptied, not plundered, or how a people supposedly crushed by empire could erase their own existence so completely. Let's ask the dangerous question. What if Quelap was just the surface entrance? What if the real Chachapoya civilization, its heart, its soul, its sacred knowledge was never meant to live above the clouds, but beneath them, in the rock, in the silence, in tunnels carved not just by hands, but by intention? A civilization designed to be forgotten by outsider sand, remembered only by those who made the descent. And what happens when that memory stirs? Because some believe the caves are waking, that strange vibrations in the Andes are not tectonic but intentional, that the hauntings near Quelap aren't ghosts, but observers, that those cliff tombs were never tombs but portals, sealed until the time is right. Maybe the cloud people never really left the clouds. Maybe they just learned to hide in the storm. Or maybe they left the clouds altogether and chose the dark. But from Peru's fog-choked peaks, our journey plunges into the mythic depths of another catastrophe, the most infamous lost civilization of all. Its name conjures ruins and deluge, golden age and ruin. But some say not all were lost. Some say the Atlanteans went beneath the sea and then beneath the earth. Atlantean refugees beneath the earth. We all know the story. A vast empire, a golden age, temples of impossible beauty, towers of light, machines that whispered secrets to the stars. Then destruction. In a single night and day of misfortune, the great civilization of Atlantis was swallowed by the sea. But that's just the first act. The story we're told stops at the flood. But some versions buried in the footnotes of esoteric texts, in the mutterings of mystics and the margins of forbidden histories, suggest a different ending. A second exodus. Because when Atlantis fell, not everyone drowned. Some, the legends say, went deeper than the sea. They went underground. These are the Atlantean refugees beneath the earth, the second wave survivors, not just fleeing death but disappearing from the surface of history itself. Let's rewind. The earliest written account of Atlantis comes from Plato, the Greek philosopher who wasn't known for spinning bedtime stories. He claimed the tale came from Egyptian priests, passed down to the Athenian lawmaker Solon. Atlantis, they said, was a mighty naval power beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar, that ruled parts of Europe and Africa over 9,000 years before Plato's own time. Now pause. That alone is a problem, because it implies a massive, organized, technologically advanced civilization before recorded history, before Mesopotamia, before Egypt, before everything we recognize as civilized. And when Atlantis fell supposedly due to divine retribution for its hubris, didn't just vanish from sight, it vanished from time. No ruins, no fragments, just echoes. And yet, those echoes are everywhere. Cultures around the globe speak of sunken cities, golden ages, ancient gods who fled a great flood and hid beneath mountains, deserts, oceans. Look close and you'll find a pattern. Not just disappearance, but retreat. Survivors not rebuilding above, but digging below. So what if Atlantis didn't end with a splash, but with a dissension? According to esoteric traditions, a priestly caste from Atlantis foresaw the coming disaster. These weren't ordinary citizens. These were the engineers of consciousness keepers, of ancient frequency technologies, geomantic architects, masters of energetic fields. And when the earth began to quake and the waves began to rise, they didn't scramble for boats. They went inward, into the caves, into the crust, into prepared sanctuaries beneath sacred mountains and tectonic nodes. What were they carrying? Not just relics, not just survivors. They were carrying knowledge. Atlantean science, which was less about chemistry and more about vibration harmonic resonance, sound levitation, energetic healing, crystal storage systems. They were said to have built machines that operated on the etheric field, manipulating subtle energies to maintain balance between the earth and the stars. And now imagine what happens when those machines go silent, when the balance tips, when the temples fall into the sea. Some say the Atlantean refugees sealed their technologies in vaults beneath the earth, energy hubs, waiting to be rediscovered. Others claim they transferred their minds literally into crystal matrices buried beneath mountain ranges and deep ocean floors. In this telling, the Atlanteans never truly died. They compressed themselves, suspended their existence in a state of deep time, waiting for humanity to evolve enough to reach them. But then the question becomes, did they want to be found? Because every ancient catastrophe comes with survivors. But the Atlantean tale suggests something more strategic, a planned disappearance. A civilization deciding that the surface wasn't Safenot just physically but morally, that humanity above had lost its alignment, that salvation required seclusion. And it's not just myth. Some researchers claim that certain underground megalithic structures, especially in South America, Africa, and Southeast Asia, bear architectural features that don't match the surface cultures above them. That they seem older, smoother, more advanced as if built by a hand that understood pressure, magnetism, resonance. What if those were Atlantean refugee sites? Take, for example, the infamous Paititi, the lost city of gold, rumored to be hidden in the Peruvian Amazon. Some accounts place it not in the jungle, but beneath it carved into the mountains, accessed through labyrinthine tunnels that extend for miles. Paititi isn't just gold, it's Atlantean gold. Not currency, but data, encoded in metallic form. Or consider the stories surrounding Mount Shasta in California, where tales of an underground city called Telos persist. Its inhabitants, often described as tall, pale, radiant beings. Their origin? You guessed it, Atlantean survivors, who tunneled through subterranean pathways until they found this geological power node and built a crystal city within. Yes, this is fringe theory, but myth does not persist without oxygen. Something keeps these ideas alive, something embedded in our species' memory. And perhaps the most chilling part of the Atlantean refugee narrative is not that they went underground, but that they may have stayed there. Consider this. If a people had access to technology that allowed for complete self-sufficiency-free energy, light without fire, food synthesized from vibration, why return to the surface at all? Why expose yourself to war, pollution, ignorance, time? They wouldn't, and maybe they haven't. Which leads us to the Watcher theory. In many esoteric traditions, there is talk of a hidden group of beings, sometimes called the Hidden Masters, sometimes the Ascended Ones, sometimes simply the Inner Worlders who monitor surface humanity. They do not intervene. They do not rule. They observe, and every now and then, one of them slips into our reality. They appear in vision quests, in dream encounters, in near-death experiences. Their descriptions are eerily consistent: elongated bodies, pale luminescent skin, large eye-snot insectoid, not alien, but refined, like a version of us that evolved in silence. Their message, always the same: balance must be restored. Could these be the Atlanteans? Not as ancient builders, but as spiritual stewards, watching to see if we ever reclaim what was lost? Or maybe, more darkly, watching to make sure we don't. Because there's another side to the Atlantean myth, a darker face, one that says the refugees didn't just bring knowledge underground, they brought hubris, the same arrogance that toppled their empire, the same thirst for control. And in this telling, the underground Atlanteans didn't evolve, they regressed, twisting in their isolation, becoming secret kings, hidden manipulators, the puppet masters behind certain shadowy corridors of human history. Yes, that theory exists, too. But even then, the theme is the same. They never really left. So whether they wait in luminous cities beneath mountains, or slumber in crystal vaults beneath oceans, or whisper in the dreams of sensitive minds, the Atlantean refugees remain one of the most enduring visions of lost greatness and subterranean salvation. And here's the twist. If they do emerge, if the ground splits open and their towers rise once more, would we even recognize them? Or would they look at us and see only the mirror of their own fall? Atlantis was a warning, but its refugees are a riddle. And as we leave the sunken, the drowned, and the hidden behind, we head east to a land forged in fire, shaken by earthquakes, wrapped in myths that bleed into the roots of volcanoes. Japan, where the Kusanagi cultures are said to have vanished not into legend, but into the lava tubes of a living earth. 7 layers down and we're still falling. If that doesn't earn your subscribe, what will? Hit that button to stay with us as we tunnel deeper into the unknown. And while you're here, tell us, where are you watching from and what time is it? Are you riding the morning commute or letting this play while the world sleeps? Kusanagi cultures. Japan. Japan is a land of myth layered on myth. Volcanoes that breathe, mountains that speak, spirits that walk among the rice paddies and whisper through bamboo groves. But not all spirits float above the earth. Some, according to Japan's oldest tales, live beneath it deep in the molten veins of the archipelago, in tunnels carved by fire and time. Enter the Kusanagi cultures, the vanishing clans of ancient Japan. Not an empire, not a single kingdom, but a network of early tribes pre-Shinto, pre-Buddhist, pre-recorded history who are believed by some to have descended into volcanic tunnels and never returned. Their name draws from the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the legendary sword of Japanese mythology. A blade pulled from the tail of an 8-headed dragon, a weapon of divine fire, and one of the 3 imperial regalia of Japan. But here, Kusanagi doesn't refer to a sword, it refers to those who vanished with it. Let's begin with the terrain. Japan sits atop the Ring of Fire, a tectonic battleground of colliding plates, magma surges, and constant tremors. It is a land shaped by eruptions and born of volcanic fury. From the beginning, people settled in the shadow of danger, and in ancient times far before the written chronicles began these, early tribes are believed to have lived not just beside the mountains, but inside them. We're talking about lava tubes-long, winding caverns created when the surface of a lava flow cools and hardens while the molten river beneath continues to flow. When that river empties, it leaves behind a vast, hollow tunnel. Some of these tubes stretch for miles, narrow, jagged, unpredictable. Others open into yawning caverns the size of cathedrals. Archaeologists have discovered evidence of ancient habitation inside several of these tubes. charred wood, stone tools, ceremonial objects, but deeper within, the tunnels go cold, silent, unmapped. Dangerous. And according to legend, some groups went further. The story goes like this. At a time of chaos, either climate disaster, invasion, or spiritual upheaval, entire clans, guardians of ancient rites, vanished into the volcanic earth. They weren't fleeing randomly, they were returning. To what, exactly, is never clear. But the implication is that these tunnels weren't natural shelters, they were ancestral homes. The idea of subterranean lineages runs deep in Japanese folklore. In some Shinto traditions, the earth is not just ground, it's alive, and beneath it lies a mirror world, where kami, divine spirits, dwell. Some are friendly, most are not. There's Yomi no Kuni, the land of the dead, described not as a paradise, but a dark, silent expanse beneath the mountains, filled with forgotten gods and lost souls. It's not hell. It's worse, irrelevance, an endless twilight version of life where the living dare not look. And who goes there willingly? Only those with knowledge. And the Kusanagi were said to possess it. They were the keepers of pre-imperial secrets of rituals older than the Kojiki, older than Amaterasu, older than the rising sun itself. They practiced a form of animistic communion, not in shrines or temples, but in tunnels and lava chambers, where fire met earth in sacred fusion. Some account 7 among remote village oral histories describe stone rings found in caves, etched with glyphs that don't match any known script. Others speak of echoes, not random reverberations, but patterned sounds that bounce in deliberate rhythm, like sonic codes carved into the rock. Still others speak of disappearances, not in myth, in recent decades. Hikers, cavers, researchers who descended into known lava tubes and were never seen again. Yes, these can be chalked up to natural hazards. Yes, caves are dangerous. But in a few of these cases, rescue teams found nothing. No sign of collapse, no gear, no trace. Gone. Like the Kusanagi themselves. Now here's where things go diploidally. In central Japan, near the base of Mount Fuji, there's a web of lava tubes so vast it has yet to be fully explored. Fuji is not just a volcanoid, a spiritual axis, a mountain revered as a gateway between worlds. Pilgrims climb it, monks dream on it, myths swirl around it like mist. And beneath it, according to some esoteric traditions, beneath Fuji lies a city, a hidden sanctuary said to be built by the descendants of the Kusanagi, a place untouched by time. Some say it was carved not by hands, but by vibration. The Kusanagi knew the secrets of frequency and used sound to shape stone. They didn't just retreat, they refined. Inside this city, it is said, light comes not from flame or filament, but from living stonia, a type of bioluminescent mineral they learned to grow and shape. Their energy is not drawn from sun or fuel, but from earth resonance, a deep humming current that only they know how to harness. And they do not age as we do. They live slower, with purpose, with silence. Some versions claim they maintain a watcher priesthood, individuals who occasionally surface, disguised in human form, to monitor the chaos of the outer world. They blend in, work quietly, record our movements. Sometimes, they intervene in natural disasters, in moments of profound decision, always unseen. Others claim the Kusanagi are no longer human, that the centuries of subterranean life, the exposure to geothermal radiation, the total abandonment of solar cycles, changed them. Not just physically, but psychically, that they communicate without sound, that their dreams are communal, that they remember the time before language, before time itself. Are they people? A culture? Or something else entirely? We don't know, but here's what makes the story truly uncanny. There are shrines, dozens of them dotting the outskirts of active lava tubes in Japan. Shrines with no known founder, no clear history, dedicated not to gods, but to guardians, stone foxes, dragons, snakes, and sometimes unidentifiable figures with elongated heads, large eyes, and armor etched with symbols no modern scholar can decipher. Locals avoid these shrines. They say they are not places of worship, but warnings. Markers to say, this tunnel is not for you. And beneath these shrines, sealed in basalt, are doors. Real ones. In some cases, explorers have documented perfectly smooth stone panels embedded in the cave wall, with no hinges, no seams, no sign of natural formation. Just a flat stone surface where a wall shouldn't be. Touching them causes a resonance, a low-frequency hum, like a tuning fork buried in the mountain. What's behind them? No one knows. But what if the Kusanagi are still there? What if the myth of their vanishing was not a tragedy, but a transition? A conscious decision to leave behind the chaos of the emerging Japanese empires, the wars, the fire, the forgetting, and build a future below. Not to hide. To wait. Because many versions of the Kusanagi myth include a prophecy that one day, when the world above drowns in its own ambition, the Kusanagi will return not to rule, not to punish, but to repair. With stone, with song, with something deeper than technology understanding. And what happens then? Will we welcome them or fear them? Because, let's be honest, if tomorrow a glowing figure stepped out of Mount Fuji, eyes humming with geothermal light, speaking a language older than the islands themselves, we wouldn't honor them. We'd study them. We'd contain them. We'd call them alien. But they wouldn't be. They'd be us. The version that chose the dark over the spotlight, the silence over the shout. So remember, next time you walk the edge of a Japanese lava tube, and the air gets suddenly cold, and the wind dies, and your footsteps sound wrong, stop. Turn around. Don't knock. Don't call out. Because some doors are not meant to open. Not yet. And now, from the volcanic veins of Japan, we descend even deeper into cosmology itself. A realm of demons, serpents, and subterranean cities that breathe with fire and illusion. A place called Patala, the underworld of Hindu tradition, and possibly the oldest underground civilization ever imagined. Patala, Hindu cosmology. In the labyrinthine layers of Hindu cosmology, the universe is not linear. It is not flat. It is not even just vast. It is stacked like a divine skyscraper, each floor holding an entire plane of existence. There are the heavens above, our mortal realm in the middle, and below, not one hell, but many. And deepest among them, so deep, it almost slips out of existence as Patala. But Patala is not a hell in the Christian sense. It's not a place of eternal torment, fire, and screaming souls. In Hindu tradition, Patala is something stranger, more elegant, more terrifying. It is a subterranean kingdom, beneath all others, filled not with sinners, but with beings of immense power. Advanced, ancient, alien, but not quite evil. Some call them demons. Some call them gods, and they rule vast palaces of gold, lit not by sunlight, but by jewels that glow with their own inner light. Let's start at the top, or rather, the middle. In the classic Hindu map of the universe, our world Bhuloka sits roughly at the center. Above it are the heavenly realms, Svarga, Mahar, Loka, Jana, Loka, all the way up to Satya Loka, the realm of Brahma. Below our world are the 7 lower realms, stacked like buried cities, each stranger and more removed from surface reality than the last. These underworld realms are called the Patalas, and the lowest, most significant of them is Patala proper. According to the Puranas, ancient Hindu texts filled with cosmology, ethics, and myth, Patala is breathtakingly beautiful. The soil is soft and fragrant. The air is cool and gentle. The cities are built with architecture that outshines the heavens. There is no sunlight, but no need for it. The realm glows with phosphorescent gemstones embedded in walls and ceilings. Time flows differently. Desires manifest more easily. And those who rule it have no interest in the surface world, except when it dares to interfere. And who rules Patala? The Nagas, serpent beings, sometimes depicted as half-human, half-snake, and other times as fully reptilian creatures with vast magical powers and ancient knowledge. They are not cartoon monsters. They are sovereigns, guardians of subterranean treasure, keepers of hidden truths. Some are said to be wise and benevolent, others wrathful and reclusive, but all are to be feared. The Naga kings live in opulent cities, most notably Bhogavati, the capital of Patala. Picture it. An underground city with walls lined in emeralds, towers of lapis lazuli, fountains of luminescent nectar, and a throne room made entirely of golden serpentine coils. Here, the Nagas rule with a wisdom forged not in war, but in isolation. And they are not alone. The texts speak of other beings in Patala: Daityas, the children of Diti, ancient giants; Danavas, demonic race born of the goddess Danu; and Asuras, beings often mistaken for devils, but more accurately described as rivals to the Devas, the gods of the upper realms. These beings aren't evil. They're opposing forces. The yin to the Devas is yang, and they are brilliant. In fact, some stories suggest that the beings of Patala are more advanced than those of the heavens. They have greater technology, deeper knowledge, and subtler manipulation of the energies that shape reality. But they are also removed, detached, watching from beneath the world. Does this sound familiar? Because what we're looking at is not just a religious mythology, it's a civilizational blueprint, a society so evolved it chose to retreat from the surface. Not to escape war or plague, but to preserve its knowledge, its essence. It went down to go beyond. Which brings us to a terrifying question. What if Patala is not metaphor? Let's entertain that for a moment. Let's assume the ancient seers who spoke of these realms weren't just poets. Let's say they were mapping actual, physical or semi-physical dimensions of the earth. Interlocking subterranean civilizations, layered beneath our feet, vibrating at different frequencies, accessible only through ritual, catastrophe, or extreme geological access. What does that imply? That beneath our cities, our soil, our oceans, there could lie entire civilizations, self-contained, self-sustaining, completely alien to our way of life, yet utterly real, not in the clouds, not in the stars, but beneath us, staring up. Now, here's where the lines start to blur. Because in modern conspiracy lore we find something eerie, repeated references to underground reptilian civilizations. From David Icke's Lacerta people, to ancient astronaut theories about serpentine gods, to UFO sightings near cave systems, there's a recurring motif of snake-like beings beneath the earth. And often, these stories portray them as keepers of ancient knowledge, sometimes benevolent, sometimes manipulative, always watching. How far is that from the Naga lore of Patala? In both cases, we see reptilian intelligences dwelling beneath the earth, using technology and magic interchangeably, emerging only under specific conditions, and often interacting with humans either to test them or to warn them. Let's go deeper. Some yogic and tantric traditions speak of Kundalini Energia, coiled serpent, sleeping at the base of the spine. When awakened through spiritual practice, it rises up the body's energy channels, awakening perception, power, and transcendence. Is this just biological metaphor? Or is it a microcosmic echo of the same macrocosmic truth that there is something coiled beneath something ancient and powerful, and that it is not hostile unless provoked. Because the stories of Patala are not cautionary tales. They are invitations, not to conquer, not to fear, but to understand. The message, repeated in sacred texts, is that only the worthy may enter Patala. Only the spiritually prepared, the disciplined, the awakened. In one tale, Arjuna, the hero of the Mahabharata, travels to Patala to retrieve magical weapons. He is not attacked. He is welcomed, given guidance, sent back with gifts. But only because he had proven himself through devotion, valor, and clarity. Patala doesn't hate the surface world. It transcends it. So, what does that mean for us? That buried within our oldest mythologies is the possibility of a civilization not lost, but hidden intentionally. One that may still exist, in some form, beneath tectonic plates, inside pressure-hardened caverns, vibrating just outside the range of human perception. Not a myth, a parallel. And it begs the most uncomfortable question of all. What if the beings of Patala are waiting? Not for conquest, but for alignment. For the moment when surface humanity reaches a point not of technology, but of consciousness that opens the gates between the realms. When the layers fold. When the surface and the subterranean become one civilization again. And maybe that moment is close. Because Patala is not portrayed as static. It shifts, it breathes, it responds to the vibrational frequency of the age. In dark ages, it hides. In golden ages, it rises. Maybe that's the final message of Patala. That beneath every apocalypse, there is a sanctuary. Beneath every collapse, a civilization waits. Not just to survive, but to begin again. And now, from the jewel-lit palaces of Patala, we crawl back toward madness. Not myth, not religion, but pulp, paranoia. The paranoid fever dream of one man who claimed to hear voices from the Earth's core. His name was Richard Shaver, and he said the tunnels are real, and something is still alive in them. The Dero, Richard Shaver's theory. There's a kind of story that doesn't fit cleanly into myth or fact. It lurks in the footnotes of science fiction, in the margins of conspiracy theory, in the broken letters of lonely men who claim to have seen things we can't explain. One such man was Richard Sharp Shaver, and the world he described was not just underground, it was deranged. According to Shaver, the Earth isn't solid, nor is it hollow in the utopian sense of Agartha or Shambala. No, his vision is far more terrifying. He claimed that beneath our feet, for hundreds of miles, exists a vast, labyrinthine network of ancient tunnels left behind by a super race that once ruled the planet. But they didn't leave these tunnels empty. Inside them dwell beings he called the Dero, short for detrimental robots. And before you imagine gears and steel, understand this. The Dero are not machines in the traditional sense. They are biological entities, warped and mutated by millennia of isolation, cosmic radiation, and their own malevolence. They are not dead. They are not forgotten. They are active, and they are watching. Welcome to the Shaver Mystery, possibly the strangest, most unsettling lost civilization ever imagined, and one that refuses to stay in the realm of fantasy. Let's rewind. In 1943, Richard Shaver, a welder, artist, and self-proclaimed metaphysical savant, wrote A Letter to Amazing Stories, a popular science fiction magazine. In it, he claimed to have discovered an ancient language that predated all human tongues, man tongue. He said that each letter held a specific meaning, and by decoding words through this lens, hidden truths would be revealed. The editor, Ray Palmer, found the letter bizarre but fascinating. He contacted Shaver, who responded with a manuscript so dense, so fevered, and so detailed that it read like a revelation from a parallel universe. In 1945, They published it as a novella titled, I Remember Lemuria. But to Shaver, it was no story. It was a memoir. The Shaver mystery exploded in popularity. Readers wrote in with their own experienced strange sounds in the night, encounters with subterranean beings, voices in their heads that weren't their own. The line between fan mail and psychiatric warning blurred. What did Shaver actually claim? That hundreds of thousands of years ago, Earth was colonized by a super race of titanic, godlike beings from another star system. These ancients, known as the Elder Race, created vast underground cities to escape the harsh solar radiation. For a time, they ruled the planet from below, cultivating knowledge and technology so advanced it could manipulate matter, energy, and consciousness itself. But then they left. The sun, they claimed, had become increasingly unstable. Unable to withstand its radiation, they abandoned Earth and fled to a safer star system. But they didn't take everything with them. Some of their kind were left behind, the damaged, the sick, the degenerate, and over millennia, these remnants mutated into the Dero. The Dero are twisted caricatures of their creators, stunted, paranoid, gleefully cruel. They inherited the Elder Race's machines devices, capable of projecting thoughts, inducing hallucinations, paralyzing flesh, or worse. But lacking the wisdom to use them, they employed these tools for sadism. Shaver claimed that much of what we call mental illness, night terrors, and poltergeist activity is actually caused by Dero weaponry and visible rays shot from deep within the earth, targeting unsuspecting humans for sport. According to Shaver, they kidnap people, take them into the tunnels, experiment, torture, discard. All of this sounds insane. And yet, readers kept writing in. Dozens, eventually hundreds soft letters poured into amazing stories, detailing eerily similar experiences, missing time, strange voices, dreams of underground cities, feelings of being watched from below. These weren't just sci-fi fans. Some were professionals, engineers, veterans, doctors, people who had never heard of Shaver until his words unlocked something they had buried. So let's ask, what if Shaver wasn't insane? Or rather, what if his delusions were tuned to a real frequency? What if his visions were distortions of something actual filtered through a cracked lens, yes, but grounded in truth? Because the core concept is disturbingly familiar. A lost civilization retreats underground. They become something else. They inherit incredible technology but lose the ethical structure to use it. They go mad in the dark. They become watchers, predators, ghosts with buttons. This is not unique to Shaver. We've seen echoes of this in myth after myth. The Assuras of Patala, the Fomorians of Irish legend, the Drow of Dungeons and Dragons, even the modern urban legends of reptilians and secret government bases. There is something primal about the idea of a subterranean, other, not dead, not divine, just deeply, profoundly wrong. And Shaver gave it shape. He described vast tunnel networks under every continent, abandoned cities with ceilings 1,000 feet high, machines that could manufacture any material, vaults filled with knowledge forbidden to surface minds. He said the Dero move through these tunnels in silent vehicles, avoiding surface detection through phase-shifting technology. That some tunnels lead to places where time flows differently, where centuries pass in minutes or vice versa. And the worst part? He claimed the Dero are aware of us, constantly. Not because they care, but because we amuse them. They tune into our thoughts, interfere with our dreams, cause inexplicable accidents for entertainment. They are voyeurs of human suffering, gremlins with access to God tech. Is there any evidence for this? Of course not. Not in the empirical sense. Shaver left behind no photos, no blueprints, no peer-reviewed data. But what he did leave is a template, disturbing blueprint for a kind of horror that's not overtly supernatural, but deeply unsettling. The idea that we are not alone because we were never alone. That something intelligent, malicious, and deeply bored lives beneath us. And once you hear that idea, you start seeing it everywhere. Take the tales of missing 411 incident shikars vanishing in national parks with no trace. Take the military folklore of bases like Dulce, with supposed underground labs where experiments are carried out by non-human entities. Take the urban legends of the buzzing some people hear at night, untraceable low-frequency hums that medical science can't explain. Now layer that onto Shaver's map. It fits, uncomfortably well. And here's the twist. Shaver believed there were not just Dero, but also Tero, short for integrative robots. The Tero were the benevolent counterparts, also remnants of the elder race who had preserved their sanity. They operated in secret to mitigate the Dero's damage. Shaver said they occasionally contacted gifted humans, guiding them, healing them, preparing them for the time when the truth could be known. But they too were fading. The implication? That the Dero were winning, that the light below was dimming. What's most disturbing is not Shaver's claims themselves, but how detailed they are. The tunnel layouts, the machine functions, the social hierarchy of the Dero. He wrote about these things not like someone making them up, but like someone reciting them, as if he'd been there. And maybe that's the most terrifying part. Because if even 1% of Shaver's visions were true, then the earth beneath us isn't empty, it's crowded. Not with Agarthans or Lemurians or enlightened sages, but with psychotic, invisible voyeurs, weaponizing ancient technology to keep the surface world in chaos and fear, just for fun. And if you've ever had a dream you couldn't explain, if you've ever heard a voice calling your name when no one was there, if you've ever felt something watching you through the floorboards, then maybe, just maybe, the Dero are still playing. But madness never ends in isolation. It spreads. And if Shaver's nightmare tunnels form the underworld of paranoid America, then our next civilization is its frontier. A place once called Quiverra, land of the 7 cities of gold. But what if the gold wasn't on the surface? What if it was buried? What if Quiverra was never a city at all, but a vault left behind by a vanished people who knew the surface would never be enough? Quiverra's underground vaults. Quiverra, the name rolls off the tongue like a mirage, a golden whisper from the edge of a conquistador's blade. One of the legendary 7 cities of gold, fabled realms of immense wealth that lured Spanish explorers deep into the American interior, searching for something they were never meant to find. But what if Quiverra was not a myth? What if it was real, but hidden not behind hills or deserts, but under them? What if Quiverra wasn't a surface city at all, but an underground vault, carved by a forgotten civilization, sealed before the first European boot touched the New World? A place of gold not for display, but for protection. Not a city to conquer, but a secret to guard. This is not the tale of El Dorado, glimmering in the sun. This is the story of a golden silence beneath the earth where treasure was buried not out of greed, but out of fear. Let's start with the quest. In 1541, Spanish explorer Francisco Vázquez de Coronado led a brutal expedition into what is now the American Southwest. He had heard whisper-sechos, really, of a land to the north called Quiverra, a land of towering cities, rivers that gleamed, and streets lined with gold. Fueled by the greed of empire and the thirst for immortality, Coronado marched his men across the plains, deeper into what we now call Kansas. What did he find? Mud huts? Farmers? Nothing like the shimmering legend? But that's just the surface story. Coronado's own writings speak of strange behaviors among local tribes, fear, evasion, an unwillingness to lead the Spaniards beyond certain boundaries, as if something had to be kept secret not from greed, but from history itself. The truth is, Quiverra was never a fixed location. It drifted, like a ghost, through the scrubland. Different tribes told different stories. Some claimed the city was real, but gone. Others said it had sunk into the earth after a great fire from the sky. Still, others whispered that it was buried on purpose to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. So we begin to wonder, what if Quiverra was never about gold? What if it was about something else entirely? Let's talk geology. The Great Plains of North America are deceptively flat. Beneath them lies a labyrinth of limestone caverns, aquifer chambers, and natural sinkholes that stretch for miles. Some are accessible, most are not. Indigenous oral traditions speak of passageways into the deepsum leading to otherworldly realms, others leading to death. Few speak of returning. And in these regions, there are petroglyphs etched into stone faces and canyon walls that depict unusual figures, not hunters, not animals, but humanoids with elongated heads standing beside what look like doors cut into cliffs. In some glyphs, the figures seem to be offering something stones, baskets, maybe even keys. These aren't cave paintings. These are warnings. Could Quiverra have been one of these places? An entry point? A threshold? There's a recurring theme in the folklore of the American Southwest, the idea of a civilization beneath. The Zuni speak of emergence myths. The Hopi, of course, tell of the Ant People. The Anasazi are said to have disappeared into the rock. And then there's the Navajo legend of the Naye Nizgani, a monster slayer who descended into the earth to destroy the creatures that once ruled the surface. Each tale, different in name, echoes the same shape. Something went down and didn't come back up. So, what was Quiverra hiding? Some say gold, but not the kind you mint into coins, the kind you use to conduct. Ancient gold, melted and shaped into devices, machines, resonators. Theory suggests that Quiverra was a storehouse, not a palace, a containment vault for technology or knowledge far too advanced for its time. If that sounds absurd, remember, many indigenous civilizations placed spiritual and metaphysical value on precious metals. Gold wasn't currency, it was divine, a conduit for the sun, a storage device for cosmic resonance. The Inca believed it could carry vibration, that it could store sound like a disc, not metaphorically, literally. Now, imagine a civilization long before the Inca, long before known history, that discovered how to encode information in gold. And then imagine they realized the information was too dangerous to keep above ground. So they dug, not a pit, not a tomb, a complex. An entire structure designed not for habitation, but for containment. Chambers lined with gold-plated glyphs, sealed mechanisms that responded not to touch, but to sound frequency. Doors that could only be opened by harmonic keystones lost to time, or perhaps known only to a few. What happened to these vault builders? Maybe they vanished in a cataclysm like Atlantis, like Mu. Maybe they left, ascending or descending beyond our comprehension. Or maybe they blended in, becoming the tribes we now call Pueblo, Hopi, Apache, carrying fragments of their past in dance, in song, in silence. And the vault? Still there, beneath Kansas, beneath Oklahoma, beneath New Mexico. Some claim to have found pieces of it. In the 1800s, there were rumors of a cave in the Ozarks containing golden discs, strange devices, and a glowing crystal sphere. The story was buried. The cave sealed. Others speak of government shutdowns of certain dig sites, always with the same excuse: safety hazard. And then there's the military base at Fort Riley, Kansas. Originally a cavalry post, later expanded. Some conspiracy theorists claim the base sits atop a sealed tunnel system, older than any known construction, with sensors installed to detect subterranean movement. Why? What are they waiting for? Maybe the vault isn't inert. Maybe it's timed. Because one thread that appears in multiple Quiverra variations is the concept of reawakening, that the gold is not just a medium of value, but a clock, that when certain stars alignor, when a specific frequency resonates through the earth, will begin again. A pulse, a hum, a signal. And then what? Does it open? Does it rise? Does it call? Maybe that's why the Spaniards never found it. Maybe they weren't just looking in the wrong place. Maybe they weren't invited. Because these vaults, if they exist, weren't meant for plunder. They were meant for protection. Of us. From ourselves. From what happens when we gain power faster than wisdom. So, where does this leave us? With a myth that won't die, a legend that refuses to fade. Quiverra may not be a city of gold above ground, but below, it might be the black box of an ancient world. A time capsule too dangerous to unseal, built by a civilization that understood collapse, wasn't just likely, it was guaranteed. And perhaps, if we listen close, the vault is still humming, waiting, watching. And now, as we leave the plains of the American heartland, we cross a border not into another country but another theory entirely. A place where straight lines in the desert point not toward the sky, but down into the earth. A place where the watchers weren't above, they were beneath. Welcome to the Nazca Subterraneans. Nazca Subterraneans. The Nazca lines stretch across the Peruvian desert like a puzzle no one can solve. Perfectly straight lines, geometric shapes, and massive figures: monkeys, hummingbirds, spiders etched into the earth across nearly 200 square miles. They're too large to fully grasp from the ground. Too precise for primitive tools. Too strange to be forgotten. For decades, scholars, mystics, and conspiracy theorists alike have looked skyward, asking, were they meant for the gods? For alien visitors? For the stars? But what if they've all been looking in the wrong direction? What if the Nazca lines aren't messages to the sky, but instructions for the ground? What if they were meant to be read not from above, but from below? Let's shift perspective. Literally. Imagine standing in a vast underground chamber, walls smooth and silent, darkness so pure it feels alive. And above you, light piercing through slits in the rock, falling in perfect geometries onto the cavern floor. A hummingbird, a spiral, a grid. The designs we call lines are no longer lines. They're windows, skylights from the desert's crust into a world beneath it. This is the theory of the Nazca Subterranean, proposed ancient civilization that didn't just inhabit the surface of Peru, but hollowed out the world beneath it, leaving only hints coded into geoglyphs in the land above. Let's break this open. The official story goes like this. The Nazca people, around 500 BCE to 500 CE, created these massive earth drawings by removing the reddish topsoil of the desert to reveal lighter ground underneath. No tools, no beasts of burden, just human hands, simple techniques, and meticulous planning. And yet, these lines span miles. Some run arrow straight across uneven terrain, with curves more precise than modern road construction. The scale defies logic. The effort required, staggering. But here's the catch. They weren't meant to be seen from the ground. From the desert floor, many of the designs are invisible, incomprehensible. You'd have to be in the air to make sense of them. Or just maybe you'd have to be underneath. Because the Nazca region is riddled with subterranean structures. Not just natural caves, but engineered aqueducts known as puquios. These are spiral-shaped shafts dug into the earth to access water in one of the driest places on Earth. Some are over 1,000 years old. They still work, and they're just the beginning. Recent explorations have discovered tunnels, chambers, and voids beneath Nazca that suggest a far more extensive underground presence. Some of these passageways run directly beneath the geoglyphs above, straight, parallel, deliberately aligned. Coincidence? Or blueprint? Here's the theory. The Nazca lines weren't meant as religious expressions or alien runways. They were coordinates, surface schematics. A map for those below, designed to reflect the layout of a subterranean city, a place where knowledge, rituals, perhaps even life itself, had moved underground. Why? Because the Nazca Desert is a graveyard, not of bones, but of climate. It's believed that around 500 CE, the region experienced catastrophic droughts. Rivers dried, crops failed, societies crumbled. The people didn't just suffer, they vanished. Or maybe they descended. The drought would have forced any advanced culture to think radically. Stay and die. Or move somewhere the sun couldn't burn, somewhere cooler, safer, subsurface. And if they were already engineering underground water systems, maybe the next step was obvious. Live beneath, record above. Picture it, an entire society adapting to a new life below ground, using existing aqueduct systems as the spine of a growing subterranean network, expanding them, deepening them, building chambers for living, storage, worship, and to stay connected to the surface, they needed symbols markers visible from above, a way for those left behind or those who might return to find them again. Thus, the lines. Some designs may represent clan markers, others, specific chambers or nodes. The hummingbird, a ventilation system. The spiral, a water source. The geometric grids, structural layouts. We call them art because we don't know the language. But what if they're infrastructure? And then there are the rumors. The ones that don't make it into travel brochures. Local guides careful with their word-speak of sealed tunnels. Caverns with air so stale it hasn't moved in centuries. Whispers of rooms with echoes that don't sound right as if something else is listening. Archaeological digs that hit voids and stop. Official reasons are given. Unstable rock. Preservation concerns. But the hush around certain locations is palpable. One infamous rumor speaks of a chamber discovered in the early 20th century, a circular hall beneath a monkey geoglyph, its walls covered in gold inlays etched with patterns no one could read. The story goes that workers sealed it back up, fearing a curse or worse, fearing exposure. Official records are silent. And here's the kicker. Some of the Nazca lines align perfectly with celestial events, solstices, equinoxes, lunar phases, which makes sense if you're standing above them, watching the stars. But what if they were also timed for those below? What if light from these events pierced the desert floor, hitting mirrors or crystals in the tunnels, signaling sacred times, sunlight as sacred trigger? The sky and earth in conversation through architecture. Think about that. A society, not just surviving underground, but thriving in rhythm with the stars, using surface geometry to maintain cosmic alignment. A dual-layered civilization, one exposed to time, the other protected from it, one dead, the other perhaps waiting. Could they still be there? The Nazca Desert is one of the driest places on Earth. Stone doesn't rot there. Bones don't decompose. Secrets don't decay. If a subterranean city exists, even collapsed, its structures could be intact. Sealed chambers, airlocked rooms, ancient devices, and maybe, just maybe, something else. A few researchers have noted strange readings in the region: magnetic anomalies, unexplained tremors, subsonic vibrations. Geologists write them off as quirks of terrain. But others, those less afraid of the fringe, suggest something more chilling. That the underground network is not abandoned, that something still moves down there. Not a civilization, a survivor protocol, machines still responding to light, air shafts that open and close on schedule, maybe even biological stasis chambers. Not fiction, design, a culture that engineered not just survival but pause. A suspended civilization beneath a dry, dead world. Which brings us back to the lines. What if they're not art, not maps? What if they're beacons? Left behind for when we're ready, or warnings for when we get too close. Signals that only make sense when seen from both sides, from the stars above and the void below. The Nazca Subterraneans aren't just a theory, they're a mirror of our desire to be seen, to survive, to outlast the weather, the war, the collapse. And maybe they did. Maybe, right now, as you read this, something ancient stirs beneath the sand. Not asleep, just waiting for the right line to be crossed, the right glyph to be decoded. And if that happens, if a door cracks open in the Nazca Desert, don't look up, look down, because next, we go deeper, still into the jeweled layers of beings not just underground, but enthroned within illusion. Guardians of the deepest underworld in Indian lore. Serpents of wisdom, deception, and boundless power. Welcome to Nagaloka, where the serpents don't slither. They rule Nagaloka, Serpent Kingdom. In the shadow of ancient temples and beneath the chants of a billion prayers lies a realm almost never spoken of in full. Not because it's forgotten, but because it is deliberately hidden. A place of mirrors and serpents, of treasure and terror, of illusions wrapped around truth like coils around a prey. This is Nagaloka, Serpent Kingdom of Indian lore. And if the myths are even half right, it's not just a metaphor for ego, or temptation, or the subconscious. It is a literal subterranean civilization buried not just beneath India, but beneath reality itself. Let's begin, as all proper stories do, with a serpent. In Hinduism, Nagas are more than just snakes. They are divine beings, semi-divine, if you want to get technical, who occupy a strange space in the spiritual hierarchy. Not quite gods, not quite demons. Not quite human. They exist in a tier of their own, capable of assuming human form, but often depicted with cobra hoods and serpentine tails. They are ancient, powerful, and not to be trifled with. And where do they live? In Nagaloka, also known as Nagaloka, Patala Naga, or simply the Serpent Realm. According to sacred texts like the Mahabharata, Ramayana, and Puranas, Nagaloka is an immense, opulent underground domaina kingdom beneath Patala, beneath all known layers of the earth. It is said to be filled with glowing palaces, rivers of milk and honey, and entire cities built from jewels that radiate light. There is no sun, yet it is never dark. The walls of the realm are lined with precious stones, the air is rich with incense, and time flows at a pace entirely disconnected from the surface. In this place, the Nagas reign. Their kings bear names like Vaski, Takshaka, Shesha, and Kaliya, each one a mythic figure with his own legend. Vaski, coiled around Mount Mandara to churn the ocean of milk. Takshaka, slayer of kings and lord of revenge. Shesha, the endless serpent upon whom Lord Vishnu himself reclines, cradling the entire universe. These aren't just characters. They're archetypes of power, of knowledge too old to be written, of a civilization that remembers everything we've forgotten. But this isn't just religious poetry. Multiple stories in Indian tradition treat Nagaloka not as allegory, but as geographic reality, an actual place sealed from the surface by illusion and ritual. Hidden behind mountains, caves, rivers, or folds in space itself. In some accounts, there are gateways to Nagaloka scattered across the Indian subcontinent, cloaked by mantras and magic. Only the pure, the worthier, the doomed can enter. In other words, you don't find Nagaloka. It finds you. So what is it? A prison? A paradise? A parallel world? The answer is yes. It's all of those things and none of them. Nagaloka is often portrayed as a repository of secrets, not just treasure, but knowledge, esoteric science, mystical arts, techniques for manipulating the 5 elements. Some traditions say the Nagas possess the original blueprints for civilization maps of the universe, instructions for building vimanas, ancient flying machines, and the formulas for Soma, the lost elixir of immortality. Why do they have this? Because the Nagas, according to legend, precede humanity. In certain versions of the creation story, they were formed before humans, before the earth was even solid. They were cosmic beings, coiled within the fabric of existence, later bound to the subterranean realms when humans took over the surface. Not banished, retreated, by choice. And that's what makes them terrifying. They are not hostile by default. They are not monsters. They are watchers, waiters, guardians of thresholds. And if angered, they do not attack directly. They curse, subtly, slowly. A drought, a plague, a strange madness in the king's court. You don't know you've crossed them until you're too far gone. So how do you reach Nagaloka? Not by digging, not with shovels or drills, but through frequency and intention. The Vedas and other ancient texts speak of mantric gates, vibrational locks that align with the energy centers of the earth. One theory suggests that ancient yogis and rishis developed techniques to phase shift consciousness, allowing them to travel interdimensionally into these realms. Some didn't come back. And what did they find? Stories speak of serpent temples with no ceiling, chambers where every thought echoes as light, libraries of memory, not books, but living organisms that store history in color and song. One legend tells of a yogi who spent 5 minutes in Nagaloka and returned to find 500 years had passed on the surface. Another account tells of a warrior who descended in a dream and woke up with scars that never healed, claiming he had fought beings made of smoke and gold in a battlefield beneath the Ganges. Skeptical? Of course. But consider this. The serpent motif is global. Mesoamerican cultures revered Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. Chinese myth speaks of the dragon as a symbol of subterranean power and wisdom. The Norse had Jormungandr, the world serpent beneath the sea. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia have the rainbow serpent, said to live in waterholes and caves deep beneath the land. What if all these myths are not separate but fragments of the same ancient memory? A memory of a serpent civilization buried beneath the planet, not in fear but in strategy. And they may still be there. Because while most cultures speak of their underworlds as lands of the dead, Nagaloka is vibrantly alive. Its people live for centuries. Their children are born knowing 3 languages. They are not stuck in time, they've moved beyond it. They have no desire to conquer the surface. What they desire is far more dangerous. To be understood. Because if humanity ever truly understands the Nagas, if we ever rediscover the lost alignment between surface and serpent, we might unlock the doors to technologies and truths we're not ready for. And the Nagas know it. So they stay hidden. They send dreams instead of diplomats. They whisper through storms. They flicker in the edge of vision during deep meditation. And when a human gets too close, really close, they don't strike. They test. And the test is always the same. Are you ready to see what your ancestors feared to remember? Most fail. Some disappear. A few come back, changed. Because here's the thing about Nagaloka. You don't leave it the same. You either return enlightened or fractured. It is not a place of answers. It is a place of truths so big, they cannot be unlearned. So, is Nagaloka real? In a mythic sense? Absolutely. In a symbolic sense, it's the deepest archetype of hidden power. But in a physical sense? Perhaps. If there is a civilization beneath the earth, older than ours, powered by energy, aligned with geometry, capable of phasing in and out of perception, then it is not human in the way we understand. It is serpentine, ancient, alien, and yet somehow familial. Because serpents shed their skin, they transform, and maybe, just maybe, the Nagas are waiting for us to do the same. And when we do, the gates will open. But be careful, because the Nagas protect more than treasure. They protect memory, and some memories are not meant to surface. From Nagaloka's shimmering coils of wisdom and illusion, we descend next into something far darker, deeper, and crueler. Not a realm of serpents, a realm of punishment, where ancient souls are chained not by fate, but by gravity. A place the Greeks feared to name Tartarus. Tartarus, Greek mythology. If Olympus is where the gods dine, then Tartarus is where they bury their mistakes. In the tangled web of Greek cosmology, Tartarus is not merely an afterthought or a poetic hell. It is a place, a prison, and quite possibly a buried civilization of terrifying depth and implication. Unlike Hyades, commonly referenced underworld where most mortal souls wander, Tartarus sits far deeper. It is beneath everything. So deep, as Hesiod once wrote, that if you dropped an anvil from heaven, it would take 9 days and nights to reach the bottom. And when it lands, it doesn't echo, it just vanishes. Because Tartarus doesn't reflect back. It absorbs, it remembers. Let's reframe the myth, not as a story of gods and monsters, but as the whisper of a civilization so ancient and so ruined, it was not merely forgotten, it was buried on purpose. According to Greek legend, Tartarus was not just a pit, it was sentient geography. The place where the gods locked away their enemies, the Titans, those primal chaotic forces that predated Zeus and his pantheon. It is described as a vast, black abyss, a void deeper than the deepest ocean trench, encased in iron and chaos. And yet, it is filled with inhabitants. Let's talk about them. First, the Titans, massive, primordial entities who once ruled the cosmos before being overthrown in the Titanomachy, the divine civil war that reshaped existence. They were not slain. They were cast down, chained in Tartarus, bound with cosmic fetters, left in silence. Second, the Hecatoncheirus, the 100-handed ones, being so powerful, so monstrous, that even the Titans feared them. They too were entombed in Tartarus before being weaponized in the Great War. But after their use, what happened? Were they re-imprisoned? Set free? Or did they become the jailers of Tartarus, cursed to guard what should never escape? And then there are the monsters. Typhon, Campe, Echidna, chimeras and nightmares, with faces like riddles and bodies that defy biology, all said to have emerged from Tartarus, not metaphorically, physically. So, let's pause and ask, what is Tartarus, really? A myth? A cautionary tale? Or a memory of an underground world so catastrophic it had to be mythologized just to be comprehended? Some ancient texts describe Tartarus not as a bottomless void, but as a labyrinthine expanse complex of endless corridors, vast chambers, and gates forged of adamantine. There is architecture implied, design, not chaos, a structure built to contain. And if there's architecture, there was a builder. What kind of civilization has the power to build a prison for gods? What kind of entity does it take to engineer gravity itself, to fold inward, to wrap around time, to create a pit that is deeper than death? Now zoom out. Consider how many ancient cultures speak of the deepest underworld, not as a fiery place of punishment, but as a sealed dimension. The Egyptians had Duat, the 12, gated underrealm. The Norse had Niflhel, beneath even hell. The Mesopotamians had Urkala, a city beneath the crust with 7 walls and 7 gates. Each of them speaks of not just death, but containment, a zone of exiles, of beings too powerful or too broken to destroy, so they are locked away beneath the earth, beneath time, beneath memory. Tartarus may be the Greek lens on this universal concepta world, within a world forbidden not by lack of access, but by deliberate erasure. And there's more. Some mystery cults, particularly the Orphics and Eleusinians, hinted that Tartarus was not just a place, but a state of being, that it could be accessed through ritual descent, through dreams, through altered states. The idea was not to be trapped there, but to visit, to see, to understand. The journey into Tartarus was the true initiation. A spiritual descent into madness, into the wreckage of past cosmic cycles, where one could witness the consequences of hubris, the entropy of power, the bones of forgotten empires. But not everyone comes back. Which raises the question, is Tartarus still active? If it exists not just in myth but in some deeper geological or interdimensional sense, what's happening down there? Are the Titans still chained? Or have they broken free and fused with the dark, becoming something else entirely? What if Tartarus is not a prison anymore? What if it's a civilization in stasis? Frozen in myth, yes, but also in time. A kind of quantum tomb where space folds inward and the past refuses to decompose. What if the beings once locked away down there, the Titans, the Hecaton chairs, the ancient monster shave, not been idly imprisoned, but have been changing, adapting, watching? Because that's the other thing about Tartarus. It's not just a place you're sent, it's a place that calls. Many myths describe its pull, its ability to draw souls downward, to whisper to mortals, to beckon with promises of power or vengeance. Some say this is how new monsters are born, humans who answer Tartarus's call, who descend willingly, who learn its secrets and are warped by them. And what of the gate? Hesiod describes a massive bronze gate guarded by giants, sealed with incantations. But gates can rust, seals can fail, and bronze does not last forever. In a few dark corners of esoteric tradition, there are whispers that the gate of Tartarus is cracked, that something seeped out, not a titan, but a thought, a curse. An idea so virulent, it infected the surface world in subtle ways. That war, madness, greed, these are not just human flaws, but the byproducts of a leaking underworld, Tartarus pushing upward. Here's the terrifying possibility. What if Tartarus isn't beneath us anymore? What if it's all around us? A spreading rot, a virality of myth and meaning. A once contained civilization now existing not physically, but psychically, haunting the dreams of poets, the madness of prophets, the hallucinations of the sensitive. You don't have to believe in the literal prison to believe in its effect. Because if you dig too deep into the past, if you reach too far down into collective memory, if you mine mythology for long enough, you start to hear the hum of Tartarus, a deep, bone-shaking frequency that says, some things are better left buried. But that's the beauty and horror of buried civilizations, isn't it? We never leave them buried. We scratch. We dig. We listen. And sometimes what we find isn't dead. It's just waiting to rise. But from the mythic prison of Tartarus, we turn toward a very different kind of underground talent, forged in poetry, but in conspiracy, not bound by the ancient past, but by the dark anxieties of the modern age. Because the next civilization isn't Greek, it's something else. Scaly, cold, watching. They live beneath us still, some say. They wear our faces. They walk our tunnels. Welcome to the Lacerta Species. Lacerta Species, conspiracy lore. They don't blink often. That's one of the tells, they say, if you're paying attention. If you're lucky enough, or unlucky enough, to spot one. A glint in the eye. A slight hesitation in social rhythms. Skin that looks just a little too smooth, just a little too taut. You can't quite say what's wrong. You just know something is off. This is the lore of the Lacerta Species, a race of subterranean, shape-shifting reptilian beings that conspiracy theorists, fringe researchers, and the occasional lucid dreamer claim are not only real, but still living beneath our feet. Not in ruins, not in hiding, in control. You've heard of them, even if you haven't. They go by many names: reptoids, draconians, the reptilian elite, but Lacerta is a more specific tag. It doesn't come from fiction, or at least not the kind that dares to admit it's fiction. It comes from a series of interviews, purported transcripts released in the early 2000s, in which a human researcher claimed to have spoken directly with a member of this race. Her name was Lacerta, and her story is disturbingly complete. Let's break it down. According to the transcripts, the Lacerta species is a non-human, bipedal reptilian race that evolved on Earth long before humanity ever emerged. Not aliens, not interdimensional visitors, not gods. Natives. That's the first twist in the myth. The Lacerta aren't outsiders. They were here first. Millions of years ago, as the story goes, a species of intelligent reptilians descended from dinosaurs, perhaps raptors, or some similar branch-developed sentience. They mastered tools, language, culture. While mammals were still crawling through ferns, they were building. Their civilization grew, not upward but downward. Deep underground, they carved vast cities in the crust of the earth, caverns lit by geothermal energy. Architecture grown, not built structures created through manipulation of crystal, magnetism, and genetic technology. Cities that pulsate, breathe, listen. And then, a cosmic mistake. According to Lacerta, a natural cataclysm, possibly the asteroid that wiped out most dinosaurs, destroyed their surface civilization. But the underground cities survived, sheltered, preserved, and so did they. For tens of millions of years, they evolved separately from surface life, adapting perfectly to the darkness. Their eyes grew vast and hypnotic. Their skin became armor. Their intellects expanded into dimensions we barely understand. They learned how to phase between frequencies to walk unseen, not through cloaking tech, but through vibrational displacement. They didn't go extinct. They became myth. Dragons, Nagas, the serpent gods of Mesoamerica, all echoes of encounters with the real subterranean beings. Now, this would be fringe enough on its own, but Lacerta didn't just describe biology, she described infrastructure. Her people live in vast networks beneath Earth's continents, linked by tunnels, chambers, and what she called fast Earth transport systems. These are not mole tunnels. They are energy corridors, utilizing magnetic fields to move at high speeds without sound or vibration. She claimed they can cross the globe faster than any aircraft, without ever seeing the sky. And yes, she claimed her species interacts with humans frequently. According to her, the modern world is full of surface mimics, Lacerta individuals or hybrids living among us, genetically altered to appear human. Some are passive observers, others are embedded in institutions, media, science, government. Not to dominate, as popular conspiracy theories would suggest, but to guide, or perhaps contain. Because in Lacerta's telling, humanity is not the peak of evolution. We are the adolescent species, the tantrum-throwing child with matches. She said we are genetically altered apes, engineered by an ancient alien presence for a now abandoned purpose. The Lacerta watched us rise, watched us burn ourselves again and again, and decided long ago not to interfere. Unless we dig too deep, unless we get too close to their corridors, their archives, their power sources, then, she said, they act. Gently at first, dreams, whispers, warnings, but more forcefully if necessary. And if you think this is pure fabrication, let's zoom out. The idea of subterranean reptilian civilizations is not new. In Mesoamerican myth, Quetzalcoatl, feathered serpent, descends from the sky, but also returns to the underworld. In Hindu lore, the Nagas live in radiant underground cities, hoarding knowledge and treasure. In medieval Europe, dragons are not just beasts, but sentient hoarders, hiding in caves, guarding the forgotten secrets of the earth. And in modern reports, reptilian beings appear again and again in abduction narratives, deep cave expeditions, and high-strangeness military encounters, always described as humanoid, scaled, cold. In control, they don't ask for worship, they don't want attention, they want order. The Lacerta transcripts go even further. She claimed that many of our myths about gods descending from the sky were actually misinterpretations of deep Earth emergence events. That what we call divine or alien was often a surface breach, a moment when the underground and surface timelines intersected. Rituals, disasters, earthquakes. These weren't random. They were echoes of the movement below. She also claimed that certain mountain ranges, particularly those rich in crystalline or magnetic mineral structures, are capped deliberately, masked with illusions or geological cloaks to hide entrances. Places like the Andes, the Himalayas, the Ural Mountains, even certain deep-sea trenches. And that sometimes, very rarely, one opens. Briefly, these events are followed by bizarre phenomena, lights in the sky, animal migrations, strange weather patterns, unexplainable mental illnesses that appear in clusters. Some believe these are warning signals, intended to keep humans away. Others think they're recruitment. Because Lacerta claimed that some humans are chosen, not abducted, invited, through dreams, through frequency, through resonance. These individuals, she said, are sometimes allowed into the upper chambers of Lacerta cities, not the core, but the edges. They undergo a kind of test, not of courage or strength, but of perception. Can you see past illusion? Can you feel what the room is thinking? Those who pass are returned, changed. She didn't say what happens to those who fail. So why hide? Why not reveal themselves? Because, she said, humanity is addicted to fear. We would make war. We would demand proof, only to reject it. And more importantly, we would break the balance. The surface and subsurface civilizations must remain separate, not by cruelty, but by necessity. We are the experiment. They are the control group. But that wall is thinning. Every tunnel dug, every drill that pierces too deep, every electromagnetic pulse that wakes up sensors buried for 1,000 millennia, all adds up. Lacerta warned that the time of separation may be ending. Not because they want it to, because we won't stop pushing. And if we open the wrong vault, we won't find monsters. We'll find mirrors. A reflection of what we might have been if we'd grown in darkness, with patience, with silence, with discipline. The Lacerta species, if real, are not invaders. They are reminders of evolution's other path, of what happens when a species chooses depth over height, resonance over radiation, timelessness over time. And if their tunnels run beneath every major landmass, as she claimed, then they're not lost. They're already here, watching, listening, waiting. And so, as we crawl back out of that cold-blooded conspiracy and try to catch our breath, we find ourselves in a very different, subterranean mystery, less reptilian, more prehistoric, carved in clay and silence. They're older than Babylon, and their statues still stare back at us with inhuman faces. The next lost civilization? The Ubaid tunnel dwellers. Ubaid tunnel dwellers. Before the ziggurats, before the Akkadians, before even Sumer carved its cuneiform myths into stone, there was a quiet, enduring culture that laid the foundations of Mesopotamian civilization and then vanished. The Ubaid culture, known for its distinctive pottery, strange temples, and most famously, its lizard-headed statues. Yes, statues. Of humanoid figures with elongated skulls, wide reptilian eyes, and scaled faces. Some are seated, some are cradling infants, none are labeled, none are explained. And none seem to belong to the slow, linear evolution of Mesopotamian iconography. They simply appear and then disappear. Scholars call them figurines, artifacts, possibly symbolic, possibly ritualistic. But what if they aren't symbols? What if they are portraits? What if the Ubaid weren't alone? Welcome to the riddle of the Ubaid tunnel dwellers, a speculative, subterranean civilization that may have lived in tandem with early Mesopotamian culture and may still be there, below the deserts, beneath the ruins, staring up with those same cold eyes. Let's set the stage. The Ubaid period dates from roughly 6,500 to 3,800 BCE, predating both the Sumerians and the written word. They built the first known temples in the Mesopotamian floodplains, established irrigation systems, and laid out settlements with a degree of urban planning that seems almost out of place for the Neolithic period. But what makes them truly disturbing, what draws the theorists and the dreamers and the myth-chasursis, the unmistakable anomaly of their statues? These figurines, found at sites like Eridu, Al-Ubaid, and Ur, show beings with slender bodies, elongated heads, and most chilling of all, reptilian features, pointed snouts, slitted eyes, scale-like textures. They are often shown wearing what appears to be tight-fitting suits, sometimes adorned with belts or symbols. And in several cases, they are depicted interacting with human children, nurturing them, observing them, not worshipped, not venerated, simply present. This isn't standard idol worship, it's documentation. And then, they vanish. After 3,800 BCE, the Ubaid culture fades, overtaken by Uruk and the rise of Sumer. The lizard-headed statues disappear from the record. No further mention, no evolving style, no gradual abstraction, just an immediate aesthetic extinction, as if someone hit the erase button. Why? Some say the Ubaid were absorbed, others that they migrated. But the theory that haunts the margins suggests something far more uncanny. They went underground. This is where archaeology ends and myth begins. Ancient Mesopotamian lore speaks of the Abzua primeval, underground ocean of fresh water, the dwelling place of the god Enki. The Abzu was more than just a spring or aquifer. It was a realm, a domain beneath the world from which all life and wisdom flowed. In temple layouts, the entrance to the Abzu was often marked with a pool or a well, a gateway into the deep. Enki himself was the god of wisdom, water, and subterranean knowledge. His servants? Semi-aquatic, scaly beings known as the Apkalapart human, part fish or reptile, who emerged from the depths to teach early mankind how to write, farm, and build. Are you connecting the dots? A pre-Sumerian culture vanishes, leaving behind reptilian statues. A god emerges from beneath the earth to instruct the next phase of civilization. And all of it centers around water, tunnels, and the deep earth. Some theorists, those who dwell in the darker corners of lost history, propose that the Ubaid people were in contact with an older race, one not born of the plains, but of the subterranean oceans beneath Mesopotamia. A race that lived in hidden cities, carved into limestone and basalt, powered by geothermal vents, and aligned to the magnetic anomalies of the Tigris-Euphrates fault lines. And they weren't just mythic. They were present, helping, watching, breeding. Yes, that's the other part. The statues show hybrids, not stylized humans with a lizard motif, not animal-headed deities like in Egyptian pantheons. These are full reptilian entities, depicted with emotion, interaction, and sometimes alarmingly reproductive context. Some figurines appear to show nursing. Others depict humanoid infants with distinctly non-human caretakers. This has led some to speculate that the Ubaid were involved in some form of crossbreeding experiment, either willingly or as part of a broader genetic program initiated by the tunnel dwellers. Insane? Maybe. But before you dismiss it, ask this. Why would a Neolithic society create sculptures that have no continuity with the religious or artistic traditions that followed? Why depict reptilian beings nurturing their children? Why place these figurines in temples aligned with underground springs? And why is it that in later Sumerian mythology, Enki, the god from the Abzu, is constantly described as both protector and trickster, a benefactor of humanity but also a manipulator, a being who gives knowledge, but with conditions? If the Ubaid were in contact with something ancient, something underground, maybe they weren't being blessed. Maybe they were being used. Now, consider this. Mesopotamia is riddled with underground anomalies, sealed chambers beneath ziggurats, caves beneath marshlands. And throughout the region, there are no-go zones areas that governments and archaeologists alike quietly avoid, often dismissed as too unstable, too remote, or too sacred for excavation. But perhaps they're not avoiding danger. Perhaps they're avoiding discovery. In the 1980s, a handful of independent researchers claimed to have mapped acoustic anomalies beneath southern Arachlo-frequency hums that suggested hollow spaces hundreds of feet beneath the desert floor. These patterns were dismissed, the recordings suppressed. But the rumor never died, that beneath ancient Eridu lies a sealed vault carved with symbols older than cuneiform, lined with black stone that hums when touched. What's inside? No one knows. Or someone knows and isn't telling. Because if the Ubaid tunnel dwellers were real, if there truly was a pre-human or parallel human civilization beneath Mesopotamian, that changes everything. It means that civilization didn't start in the Fertile Crescent. It emerged there because something emerged from below to start it. And it also means they may not be gone. Some believe that the disappearance of the Ubaid wasn't a disappearance at all. It was a migration downward. That when surface conditions became hostile, climate shift, cultural disruption, or perhaps an internal revolt, they retreated into the very tunnels their gods had come from, and they sealed the way behind them. But not permanently. Certain rituals long since forgotten were said to open the gates to the Abzu, not through shovels or drills, but through resonant frequency-specific chants, geometries, or configurations of water and stone. The gates could open, and when they did, something would rise, or something would pull you in. So maybe those lizard-headed statues aren't just memories. Maybe they're invitations, or warnings, of what lives beneath the Tigris, of what still breathes in chambers so old they remember when stone was soft, of what still watches with slitted eyes waiting for us to grow reckless enough or curious enough to knock on the door again. And if we do, let's just hope we're not what's on the menu. Because next, we slide west, into a land of colossal heads and collapsed timelines, where another Mesoamerican mystery waits not in the jungle ruins above ground, but in what may lie beneath them. The subterranean Olmecs. Subterranean Olmecs. Before the Maya built pyramids to pierce the clouds, before the Aztecs turned lakes into empires, there were the Olmecs, the mother culture of Mesoamerica, the enigma at the root of Central America's ancient tree. Known for their massive stone heads, cryptic glyphs, and architecture pulled from the mind of the jungle itself, the Olmecs are what you get when a civilization is so old, so profoundly ancient, it has no one left to explain it. They didn't leave scrolls, they left stairs. Massive basalt visages, 6 to 10 feet tall, weighing up to 50 tons, planted in the ground like sentries, or maybe like grave markers, or maybe like covers. Of what? That's where the theory gets dark. Because according to a growing body of alternative researchers, folklore, and unspoken academic curiosities, the Olmecs were not just builders of surface cities. They were guardians of something buried. A subterranean civilization. One that didn't die out. One that descended. Let's go down. The first thing to understand about the Olmecs is that their ruins are shallow literally. Their ceremonial centers, like Leventa, San Lorenzo, and Tres Zapotes, are located not in the highlands or cliffs, but in flat, low-lying coastal regions, places where the land sinks easily, where the jungle breathes moisture into stone, where caves and tunnels form naturally and, more importantly, can be excavated deliberately. These ceremonial sites are often centered around platform-elevated mounds of earth, sometimes layered with stone, often aligned to celestial bodies. But what lies beneath these platforms is far more intriguing. At Leventa, archaeologists have discovered complex burials, with jade offerings, serpentine blocks, and most mysteriously massive underground caches, not tombs, vaults. Constructed beneath the main plaza, lined with meticulously arranged serpentine blocks in abstract geometric patterns. No remains. No writing. Just precision, intent, obsession. And then there's the basalt. The colossal heads were carved from basalt boulders, brought from over 50 miles away, sometimes floated down rivers, sometimes dragged across mud and stone. But why carve faces into them? Why not use them for walls, temples, weapons? Some believe the heads are plug scapstones designed to seal vertical shafts leading to chambers below, each one placed not at random, but at precise energy nodes in the Earth's grid, each one aligned to a system we no longer understand. And behind the heads, silence. Officially, no tunnels have been discovered beneath the Olmec heads. Unofficially, there are whispers. Workers in the early 20th century spoke of sudden sinkholes around Leventa holes that exposed smooth stone walls, too deep and regular to be natural. Expeditions followed. Reports of disorientation, aural distortions, and sudden technological failure emerged. Then came the government. Then came the cement. Access denied. But legends linger. The Mixozoquian descendants of the Olmecs still speak of the Underfoka, pale, serpent-like people said to have guided their ancestors, gifted them knowledge, then returned underground when the stars misaligned. According to the lore, these beings emerged through holes in the earth, wrapped in light. They had no language, only thought. They came bearing jade, obsidian, and visions, and when their time ended, they didn't die, they retreated. Their doorways? Marked by faces of stone. Let's talk technology, the hint of it. Olmec artifacts include objects that defy their supposed Neolithic limitations, compasses, lenses, and possibly even geometric generators devices carved with such perfect symmetry and complexity. They seem almost mechanical. One in particular, the so-called mosaic pavement of Leventa, is buried deep beneath a ceremonial platform. It is composed of over 485 blocks of serpentine, laid out in an abstract but mathematically coherent pattern, then buried again under thick layers of clay. No one knows why, except perhaps to hide it, or to charge it. Now imagine this on a larger scale. What if the Olmecs weren't just creating burial sites but surface interfaces? What if their platforms were access terminals, designed to interact with an energetic network housed beneath the Earth's crust? In other words, the real Olmec cities weren't above ground. They were below. A civilization that used the jungle as camouflage. That faced the stars, but lived in the stone. That built upward only to mark the point where the downward world began. And here's where it gets even more bizarre. Some Mesoamerican legends speak of shifting mountains, of stone hills that could open and close, places where entire villages could disappear overnight. The Nahua, for instance, tell of the Chico Mostok, the 7 caves from which civilization emerged. But what if those caves were not metaphorical? What if they were subterranean colonies, biodomes, or sealed ecosystems constructed by a culture with knowledge far beyond our assumptions? What if the Olmec didn't worship serpents? What if they descended from them? Not biologically, culturally. Consider the ubiquity of the serpent in Olmec iconography. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, always coiled, always rising, always intertwined with water, fertility, and power. But the feathered part? That's evolution. It's camouflage. The earliest depictions of the serpent gods are sleek, minimal, reptilian. Some believe the Olmecs were descendants not literal, but spiritual of a reptilian lineage, a memory of contact, a reverberation from deeper earth. And that would explain everything. The anomalous artifacts, the sudden sophistication, the lack of writing, but the abundance of structure. Because writing is for surface dwellers, for posterity, for ego. Subterranean civilizations don't write, they encode. In architecture, in resonance, in geometry. And that's what the Olmecs left us. A surface-level circuit board, giant faces to guard the nodes, hidden chambers beneath platforms, and no explanation. Because you don't explain a lock. You protect it. So what happened to them? Maybe nothing. Maybe they simply went back down. The Olmec disappearance isn't a violent one. There are no signs of war, no mass graves, just silence. A fade. As if a switch was flipped. As if the cycle ended. And perhaps the entrance sealed itself once again. But what if it didn't? In the dense, swampy lowlands of Tabasco and Veracruz, locals still speak of Las Puertas de Piedra, stone doors, rumored to exist deep in the jungle, which lead to the hollow earth. They say the air around them feels heavy. They say compasses spin. They say animals avoid the area. Some claim to have found them. None have returned with proof. Or maybe they did, and simply chose not to share. Because the subterranean Olmecs may not be a vanished culture. They may be awaiting one. One day, one of those stone heads may crack, not from erosion, from within. And what emerges won't be an alien or a monster. It will be something we half recognize, something old, something human adjacent. And it won't come to conquer. It will come to resume. As the jungle reclaims their temples above, maybe below, the lights are still on, the halls are still warm, and the stone doors are still listening. And now, from the thick breath of Mesoamerican stone, we pivot to the red earth of the American Southwest where another vanished culture built chambers beneath mesas and vanished into myth. They called them Kivas. Some say they were shelters. Others say they were portals. Next, the Anasazi Underground migrants. Anasazi Underground migrants. There is a silence that hangs over the Four Corners region of the American Southwest where Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona meet like a forgotten crossroad. A silence not born of emptiness, but of absence. Of something once vast, once complex, now utterly, inexplicably, gone. The Anasazi, or more respectfully, the ancestral Pueblo Anser, among the most advanced pre-Columbian cultures in North America. They built cities into cliff faces, carved out ceremonial kivas in stone, aligned their architecture with the stars, and traded goods across a 1,000-mile stretch of rugged desert. For nearly 1,000 years they thrived, and then, in the late 13th century, they vanished. Not faded, not collapsed, vanished. Entire cities like Mesa Verde, Chaco Canyon, and Canyon de Shelly were suddenly, completely abandoned. There are no signs of a great war, no overwhelming plague, no massive environmental catastrophe that would warrant mass exodus across such a wide geographic range. So where did they go? Let's reframe the question. What if the Anasazi didn't leave? What if they went underground? Let's start with the kiva. These are circular, subterranean ceremonial chambers carved into the earth, lined with stone, and accessed by ladder through a hole in the roof. The design is deliberate, ancient, and symbolic. But symbolic of what? According to Puebloan oral tradition, the kiva is a representation of the Sipapatha mythic opening through which their ancestors first emerged from the underworld into the surface world. In other words, kivas aren't just places of worship. They are portals, metaphysical reconnection points with the place they came from. Now here's where the myth gets razor sharp. The Hopi, direct descendants of the ancestral Puebloans, say that the current world, the fourth world, was preceded by 3 others, all destroyed by cataclysm. In each case, the survivors were guided to safety by a race known as the Ant People, who took them underground, fed them, and taught them how to endure the long dark. The Ant People weren't insects. They were humanoid beings with elongated heads, thin limbs, and an uncanny knowledge of the earth, and they lived deep beneath it. When the danger passed, the humans were led back up through the Sipapu to repopulate the surface. Now pause. Breathe. The Anasazi built hundreds of kivas across hundreds of miles. They weren't homes. They weren't tombs. They were ritual entry points. And near the end of their known history, they started building them in secret places off the main plaza, deeper into cliffsides, hidden beneath layers of architecture. Were they trying to return? Or were they being called back down? There are signs, subtle, strange signs. For example, archaeologists have discovered anomalous tunnel systems beneath some Anasazi sits tunnels that don't match the known construction style of the ancestral Puebloans. Low, narrow, and seemingly purposeless, these passageways twist into rock, sometimes ending abruptly, sometimes leading nowhere, or so it seems. Some believe they were ventilation shafts, others suggest ceremonial mazes. But what if they were extensions, add-ons to a deeper system that predated even the Anasazi? Because here's the kicker. There are myths of underground cities beneath the Southwest, not just in native traditions, but in Spanish colonial accounts. In the 16th century, explorers like Francisco Vázquez de Coronado came searching for the 7 cities of gold-rumored places of untold wealth hidden in the mountains and mesas. They never found them. But what if they were looking in the wrong dimension? What if the golden cities weren't on the surface? What if they were below? An old Zuni legend speaks of a time when their ancestors lived underground in massive glowing cities, powered by breath fire, possibly a symbolic description of geothermal energy or something stranger. They left not because they were forced to, but because the time of emergence had come, and the gate the Sipapu opened once again. These aren't just metaphors. These are functional cosmologies, detailed, consistent narratives passed down over generations. They map onto the architecture, the migration patterns, the sacred geometry of the settlements. And let's talk about Chaco Canyon. It is one of the most sophisticated prehistoric complexes in North America. Multi-story stone buildings, roads stretching in dead straight lines for dozens of miles. Astronomical alignments so precise they track solstices and lunar cycles with spine-chilling accuracy. And at its heart, a series of massive kivas, some large enough to hold hundreds of people. These weren't places for private prayer. These were ritual engines, conduits. It's worth noting that near the end of Chaco's occupation, the people began to wall off rooms, seal passages, and close kivas, as if shutting down the machinery, or as if retreating into it. Was this a spiritual collapse? Or a strategic withdrawal? Many believe the Anasazi left due to drought, but climate data shows no consistent catastrophe across all sites. The disappearance was too coordinated, too sudden, too final. Something else happened. Something systemic. Perhaps they believed the fourth world was ending. Perhaps they heard the call of the Ant People again. Perhaps they descended not just into memory, but into stone. And it doesn't end in history. There are modern accounts fleeting, often dismissed, of figures in the desert, pale, tall, with huge eyes and soft movement. There are stories of hikers seeing lights within cliff faces, of hum echoing through otherwise silent canyons, of sudden fear that comes not from wildlife or weather, but from recognition, like something old and intelligent is watching from below. In 1947, the same year as Roswell, an expedition in northern Arizona reported finding a sealed entrance in a canyon wall, marked with symbols and a smooth circular plug. They were allegedly stopped by military personnel. The site was classified, all access denied. Officially, nothing was there. Unofficially, the stories won't die. Some say the Anasazi didn't vanish. They evolved. They retreated to a state between matter and myth, part memory, part entity, part echo in the rock. The Kivas aren't relics, they're reminders of the path down, of the place we came from, of where we might go again when the world above becomes unlivable. And if we find one of those sealed Kivas, if we break open one of those forgotten tunnels, we may find more than bones. We may find a civilization paused, not ended. Because underground cultures don't die. They wait. And as we leave behind the red rocks and the whispers of the Anasazi, we turn our gaze to a very different mountain, a place of crystal domes and perpetual snow, a mountain that many claim holds an entire city within. A city of light, of Lemurian survivors. Beneath the sacred slopes of Mount Shasta, inner earth Lemurians, Mount Shasta. Mount Shasta doesn't loom, it hovers. An almost perfect cone of volcanic symmetry, rising 14,179 feet into the California sky, wrapped in mystery, cloaked in clouds. It's the kind of mountain that doesn't just dominate. The skyline dominates consciousness. Travelers report hallucinations without substances. Locals speak of vibrations that change your heartbeat. Animals migrate strangely around it. Electronics flicker. Dreams intensify. But all that strangeness is just the surface. Because, according to lore stretching back over a century, Mount Shasta is more than a mountain. It is a hatch, a geological riddle box. And buried deep within its volcanic roots lies one of the most enduring and polarizing subterranean myths of all time. Telos, the underground city of the inner earth, Lemurians. Let's take a breath before the descent. According to modern theosophical and New Age tradition, Lemuria was a prehistoric continent once, located somewhere in the Pacific Ocean that sank in an antediluvian catastrophe, not unlike Atlantis. But unlike Atlantis, Lemuria wasn't just advanced technologically, it was advanced spiritually. Its people were telepathic, ethereal, crystalline in nature. They lived in balance with the planet, possessed no wars, and built cities of light with architecture that blurred the line between form and frequency. They didn't just understand energy, they became it. And when their continent began to fall, the Lemurians didn't perish. They went within. Some traveled into the Himalayas, others into the Andes. But the most significant group, it said, tunneled beneath what would one day become Northern California and constructed a new capital city beneath Mount Shasta. Telos. Telos, from the Greek word meaning end or purpose, is not described as ruins. It is described as a thriving city, still functional, still inhabited, by Lemurians. Let that sink in. Not a mythic civilization that vanished. One that still exists, deep under American soil. Let's unpack this. The concept of Telos exploded into fringe consciousness in the 1930s when a man named Frederick Spencer Oliver published A Dweller on Two Planets, which he claimed was dictated to him by a spirit entity named Philos the Tibetan. In it, He describes massive underground halls, glowing crystalline walls, gardens of eternal bloom, and people who could phase between physical and astral states. He didn't invent the Lemurians, but he gave them a portal. Since then, countless others have built upon the Telos mythology. Channelers, clairvoyants, dreamers, even some ufologists. They describe the Lemurians as tall, ageless beings, between 7 and 10 feet tall with long hair, white robes, glowing skin, and eyes that can see your soul. They are benevolent, patient, and very, very private. Which begs the question, if they're still there, why haven't we seen them? The answer lies in what Telos is supposedly built from: vibrational engineering. In Lemurian tech, solid matter is simply a denser form of energy. Telos doesn't require secrecy. It's protected by frequency-shielding vibrational cloaks that prevent its detection by conventional instruments. Like a radio station broadcasting on a wavelength we can't tune into. Some say there are physical entrance escaves hidden by natural illusion, triggered only by certain harmonics or states of consciousness. Others describe light gates-phased openings that only appear to those of matching energetic resonance. In both cases, the logic is the same. You don't find Telos by digging. You find it by aligning. Which brings us to the part of this story that starts to strain even the loosest limits of plausibility and yet refuses to go away. Encounters. There are dozens, possibly hundreds soft modern-day testimonies of people claiming to have seen Lemurians. Most are unprovable. A few are consistent. Hikers who see figures disappear into stone. Travelers who are helped out of snowstorms by silent, radiant strangers. Even a few who claim to have been taken below. They describe marble corridors and multi-level cities, hydroponic gardens that glow with internal light, chambers of knowledge, and spheres of music that can encode entire books into your mind. And of course, the Great Library of Tolosa, supposedly living database that contains not only the history of Lemuria, but the hidden truths of Earth's origin, human evolution, and cosmic purpose. Skeptical? You should be, but here's where it gets slippery. Mount Shasta has always been weird. The local Wintu, Modoc, and Karuk tribes describe the mountain as a sacred place, a dwelling of the spirits. According to Wintu myth, the mountain is inhabited by the Sky People, who arrived in the time before the moon, and who taught early humans how to survive. Even European settlers began reporting strange activity in the late 1800s, glowing lights, strange music, footprints that led into sheer rock, and even encounters with robed figures who vanished before they could be addressed. In the 1940s, the US government allegedly blocked off a number of cave entrances around the mountain, citing environmental preservation. To this day, there are restricted areas around Shasta that are geologically curious and off-limits to the public. But the most tantalizing clue might be geological. Mount Shasta, like many volcanic formations, is riddled with lava tubes, naturally occurring underground tunnels formed by flowing magma. Some are small, some are massive, some go miles deep, and they're largely unexplored. In theory, you could build an entire city network inside these tubes, especially if you had advanced geological knowledge. Combine that with hydrothermal energy, a water source, and advanced technology, and suddenly, the idea of Telos becomes less absurd. Not more likely, just less absurd. And the timing? Even stranger. Some channeled accounts claim the Lemurians predicted the fall of surface civilization and retreated underground thousands of years ago, but they didn't disconnect. They stayed linked not by politics or war, but by consciousness. Their goal? To serve as Earth's emergency backup drive. If humanity destroys it through war, climate collapse, or sheer stupidity, the Lemurians of Telos will re-emerge, not as saviors, as teachers, ready to reboot the human experiment with wisdom, compassion, and maybe a little tough love. And that's why the entrance stays closed. Because we're not ready. Because if we were, we wouldn't be trying to find them. They'd already have found us. So, maybe the legends are true. Maybe beneath that volcanic cathedral, the lights of Telos still glow. Maybe somewhere inside Mount Shasta, the last whispers of Lemuria are alive and well, waiting for the rest of us to finally quiet down long enough to listen. And maybe not. Maybe it's all myth layered over magnetic anomalies, wishful thinking, and the desperate human need to believe that someone wiser, someone gentler, someone more beautiful is waiting below to save us from ourselves. But then again, maybe that's exactly the kind of story they'd write about us. Now, from the glittering halls of Telos, we fall back into darkness, into a realm of war, a netherworld of demonic science and mythic rebellion, a place where the next subterranean civilization wasn't passive. They didn't hide. They fought. Next, the Assuras of Vedic lore. The Assuras, Vedic lore. Before there were humans, there were gods. And before there were gods, there were Assuras. Not demons, not devils, not evil spirits. At least, not originally. The word Asura in the earliest Vedic texts simply means powerful being, entities of immense strength, will, and sometimes overwhelming ego. And unlike the Devas, the shining, celestial beings we typically associate with benevolent divinity, the Asuras were earthbound, heavy, dense, elemental. They didn't float on clouds, they dug into stone. They didn't ascend, they descended. And eventually, they vanished not because they were destroyed, but because they were pushed beneath the world, not metaphysically, literally. According to ancient Hindu texts, the Rig Veda, the Mahabharata, and especially the Puranas, the Asuras were once co-rulers of the universe alongside the Devas, not villains, siblings. Opposing forces in a dualistic cosmos, day and night, order and chaos, surface and subterranean. Then came the wars, cosmic wars, over light, over water, over Sameth divine nectar of immortality, over truth. And when the smoke cleared, the Devas had claimed the heavens. The Asuras were banished to Patala. Here's where it gets interesting. Patala is not hell, not in the fire and brimstone sense. It's not a punishment realm. It is described, especially in the Bhagavata Purana and the Vishnu Puranas, a vast, layered subterranean realm beneath the earth, composed of 7 realms, or lokas, each one deeper than the last, each one more radiant, more lush, more surreal. Yes, radiant. The descriptions of Patala are shockingly opulent, not burning pits and chains, but gardens, palaces, floating crystals, and cities made of gold and silver. The air is said to be infused with a floral scent. The walls glow with a light that has no source. The gravity is softer. The time moves differently. This is where the Asuras went. And this is where they built. According to some versions of the myths, they established entire civilizations beneath the earth. Not just one city, but an empire, with kings, armies, technologies. Weaponry that didn't just harness fire or metal but sound, vibration, and even mind. Some names stand out. Balano the island, but the legendary king of the Asuras. Noble, powerful, tricked by Vishnu in his Vamana avatar and then banished to the netherworld. Yet even in exile, he was granted a kingdom, a realm to rule beneath the earth, untouched by time. Then there's Maya Surathe, architect of demons, the Da Vinci of the deep. He built palaces for gods and fortresses that shimmered in and out of reality. His greatest work? Tripurathri, massive cities of gold, silver, and iron, said to have floated in space but connected to gateways beneath the earth. And there's Shambara, Vritra, Namuchi beings, who didn't just fight the Devas, but devised dimensional traps, weather control machines, and cities hidden beneath oceans and mountains. Sound like mythology? Sure. But the Vedic tradition isn't structured like Western mythology. It's not a storybook. It's layered cosmology. The underground isn't just metaphor for death or sin. It's an actual realm of existence, physical, metaphysical, and spiritual. A place you can fall into, be born in, or if you're unlucky accidentally stumble into. And people do. There are Vedic stories of yogis meditating so deeply they descend into Patala. Of warriors chasing enemies through caves, only to emerge in a world where the sky is green, and the stars don't move, and time forgets you. Some return, changed, others don't. And here's the kicker. While the Devas are usually seen as the good guys, the Vedic texts don't treat the Asuras as uniformly evil. They are ambitious, proud, fiercely intelligent, often more technologically advanced than the gods themselves. Their sin? Attachment. To power, to ego, to form. While the Devas represent subtlety, lightness, detachment, the Asuras cling. They dig, they root, they don't transcend, they go deeper. And maybe that's the secret. Maybe the Asuras aren't evil at all. Maybe they are the archetype of the underground civilization. Think about it. They're older than humans. They live in vast subterranean worlds filled with advanced technology and eternal light. They engage with the surface world only when provoked or when alignment allows it. They use frequency, geometry, and mantra-powered machines. And they don't seek conquest anymore. They seek containment of knowledge, of history, of potential. Could the Asuras be the ancient memory of a race that moved beneath the Earth's crust in prehistory? Not aliens, not spirits, cousins. Leftovers of an epoch before surface civilization, forced underground by war, catastrophe, or choice. And could Patala be a veiled map? Not a spiritual realm, but an actual system of geological hollows, subcrustal chambers, vortex points. Let's not forget, India's landscape is littered with cave systems and underground temples. Ellora, Ajanta, Badama massive complexes carved not just into stone, but into belief, downward, always downward. And in many of them, legends say they connect to other worlds. Sealed now. Forgotten. But not destroyed. Because here's the final twist. According to some interpretations, the Asuras aren't extinct. They're still in Patala, still alive, still watching. Waiting. Not for revenge. For the next cycle. In Hindu cosmology, time is cyclical. The yugas turn like gears. And when the Kali Yuga ends the age of darkness we're in now, the old powers rise again. The Devas return. The Asuras rise. The cycle reboots, and the underground becomes the surface. So maybe the Asuras aren't gods or demons. Maybe they're us, a few thousand years or a few million down a different evolutionary road. A road that turns inward, not upward. A road that builds not skyscrapers, but cathedrals beneath the crust. A road that doesn't fear the dark, but calls it home. And as we leave the crystal palaces of Patala behind, we follow that dark road westward through time, through soil, into the forgotten heart of Europe, where a different kind of underground mystery awaits. Not a myth, not a god, but a culture with strange symbols, coiled spirals, and chambers hidden beneath the fields. Next, the Cucuteni Tripilia cave cultures. The Cucuteni Tripilia cave cultures, somewhere between the sunlit fields of Ukraine, Moldova, and Romania lands where wheat sways in the breeze and rivers run slow and copper-colored there, was once a civilization that outlasted Egypt, predates the Mycenaeans and covered a greater area than all of Mesopotamia. You've never heard of them. They were the Cucuteni Tunnels culture. From roughly 4,800 to 3000 BCE, these Neolithic and Chalcolithic people built some of the largest settlements in prehistoric Europe, of which had populations exceeding 10,000 people. They produced pottery so intricate and haunting it still radiates meaning. They mastered agriculture, metallurgy, weaving, and a form of proto-writing. And then, around 3000 BCE, they vanished. They didn't get conquered. They didn't collapse from drought or famine. They burned their cities down. All of them. Deliberately, ritualistically, again and again. And when they disappeared from the surface, they left behind a trail of strangeness that leads not to another empire but underground. Let's start with the fire. The Cucuteni Tunnels people had a custom. Every 60 to 80 years they would burn their entire settlement to the ground, down to the foundations, not in panic, in ceremony. They would then rebuild it, sometimes in the same spot, sometimes nearby, often bigger and better. Archaeologists are still baffled by this behavior. There is no sign of war, no mass graves, no trauma. It was as if the fire was part of the architecture. A purification? A ritual reset? Or a signal? Because beneath these settlements, something else is going on. The more we dig, the more we find subterranean structures. Cellars, ritual pits, silos, and oddly structured shafts. Not just for storage, but for something else. Many are lined with clay or coated in red ochre. Some contain bones arranged in spiral patterns. Some are deliberately sealed with massive stones. And some seem to connect. That's where the whispers start. There's a theory, quietly circulating among fringe historians and certain Eastern European esoteric circles, that the Cucuteni Tunnels culture didn't just abandon their cities. They migrated beneath them. Let's back up. We're not talking about caves. We're talking about designed, spacious subterranean complexes aligned to stars, solstices, and acoustic resonance. Spaces that were part of the ritual landscape, hidden from invaders, from climate, and maybe from something deeper. You see, the Tropilians didn't build like other Neolithic cultures. Their pottery isn't just decorative, it's encoded. Spirals, concentric circles, tridents, serpent symbols repeated over thousands of artifacts across generations. These weren't random, they were mimetic signatures. Instructions, maybe. Or maps. Or wards. Because some believed these symbols weren't just art, they were part of an underground symbolic operating system, a way to control energy, to stabilize portals, to protect what was below. And here's the twist. While the surface settlements vanished, these symbols began to reappear elsewhere. In Minoan frescoes, in Thracian tombs, in Dacian temples, traced by cultures who came long after the Trypillians were gone, in places where there should be no connection, unless someone survived, unless someone went underground and continued the tradition. So why underground? Let's talk geology. The Carpathian Basin, home to many Trypillian cytises, riddled with natural caves, thermal springs, and tectonic seams. It's also rich in salt, copper, and mical, of which have strange energetic properties. More importantly, the region's soft limestone makes it perfect for tunneling. And tunnel they did. There are rumors never fully confirmed, often dismissed, of massive subterranean networks stretching beneath the hills of Moldova and Romania, tunnels wide enough for groups to walk through. Chambers that amplify sound in strange ways. Even sealed vaults, carved with symbols matching those found on Trypillian ceramics. Local legends speak of the people of the red clay, mystic builders who vanished into the earth and who could summon light without flame, who spoke in song, who carried silver tablets, who would return only when the surface becomes silent again. There's even an old folktale from northern Moldova, passed down by shepherd families, of a hidden city called Zalmaha name that appears nowhere in official records. It is said to be built entirely underground, lit by glowing crystals, and governed by a council of women who guard the roots of the world. Too much? Maybe. But here's the thing. Archaeologists have uncovered thousands of tripillion figurinesimal statues with elongated heads, massive almond eyes, and bodies twisted into spirals or meditative postures. Some look almost insectoid. Others resemble amphibians. A few have no face at all, just a smooth surface with concentric circles like a helmet or a sensor. What were they representing? Themselves? Or something they had seen? Something they had followed? Because here's the darkest theory, that the Cucuteni Tunnels culture didn't just move underground for safety. They were summoned. By whom? Or what? That depends on who you ask. Some point to the serpent myth still vibrant in Balkan folklore of beings who live beneath the hills, who control knowledge, fertility, and the cycles of the earth. Others whisper of the sleeping gods entities who rest beneath the Carpathians, waiting for the spiral to tighten again. Still others claim the Tripillions made contact with a non-human intelligence that exists within the crust of the earth itself. Not extraterrestrial, not spiritual, terrestrial, but hidden. An intelligence so old, so alien, it can't communicate in words, only symbols. Only ritual, only spiral repetition. And maybe that's what the fires were. Not destruction, offerings, signals, wakes. So why disappear? Because some things are not meant to live in sunlight. Because maybe the surface was never meant to be permanent. Because maybe, just maybe, the Tripillions didn't vanish. They descended. And the proof? You don't find it in museums. You feel it. In the fields that ring with silence. In the caves where the wind hums like breath. In the pottery shards that seem to shiver when you touch them. Something moved downward, and it's still there. Beneath the forest. Beneath the language. Beneath us. And now, from the spiral tunnels of forgotten Europe, we fall into shadow once again deeper into the earth, into a place where the dead don't rest and the living dare not walk. A realm of trials, a kingdom of fear. Next, the Mayan underworld realms of Xibalba. Mayan underworld realms. Xibalba. The Maya didn't just fear the underworld, they mapped it. They gave it a name, gave it a topography, gave it gods who walked and bled and schemed. They wrote its stories in hieroglyphs and carved its horrors into stone. Unlike many ancient cultures, who whispered of the afterlife in abstractions, the Maya described theirs with clinical precision. And that place, that realm, that mythic abyss beneath all things, was called Xibalba. Xibalba wasn't hell. It was worse. A place of tests, trials, traps, and trickster gods. A land where souls weren't judged, but hunted. Where the dead went, not to rest, but to endure. And, as some believe, where certain chosen or cursed individuals entered not through death, but through caves. Literal caves, still visible, still mapped. And what if we told you Xibalba wasn't just myth? What if it was real? Let's go down. The Popol Vuh, the sacred text of the Kach Maya, offers a detailed account of Xibalba. It's not vague. Poetry it reads more like a manual for surviving a dark, multi-level maze filled with sentient rooms and sadistic overlords. The text speaks of 12 lords of Xibalba, each overseeing a specific kind of torment, sickness, fear, filth, blood, pus, and so on. These aren't abstract sins. They're environmental forces. But the most chilling part? The entrance. According to the Popol Vuh, Xibalba could be accessed through a series of physical locations, caves, sinkholes, and rivers often near what are today major archaeological sites. These weren't imagined. The Maya treated them as active thresholds, places where the membrane between worlds thinned to near transparency. And they were marked. Ritually, architecturally. Let's talk about caves. The Yucatan Peninsula is riddled with cenotes natural sinkholes formed when the limestone bedrock collapses, exposing groundwater-filled caverns. The Maya considered these cenotes to be mouths to the underworld. They didn't just throw offerings into them. They built temples around them. They carved steps into the sides. They left jade, obsidian, pottery, even human remains. These weren't just wells. They were interfaces. Some cenotes connect to massive labyrinthine underwater cave systems like Sistema Sac, Actun, and Dos Ojos. These aren't minor formations. Some of these caves stretch for hundreds of miles, with oxygen chambers, submerged altars, and ancient human bones dating back more than 10,000 years. And guess what? Many of these cave entrances align with Maya city layouts. That's right. Entire cities like Chichen Itza, Uxmal, and Koba were designed not just by looking to the stars, but by charting what lay beneath. Temples were built over cave mouths. Causeways led not just across jungle, but down into stone. The Maya didn't just rule the surface. They colonized the dark. And there's a theory whispered, heretical idea among some fringe researchers that the elite of Maya society may have maintained access to subterranean enclaves. Not metaphorically, literally. Complexes beneath the major ceremonial centers, protected, hidden, alive. Let's get weirder. Recent LiDAR scans of the Guatemalan lowlands have revealed massive, previously unknown Maya structures, including roads, terraces, and temples completely buried beneath the jungle. But what's not discussed as often is that some of these structures seem to lead downward. Vertical shafts, cut staircases, flooded vaults. And where they lead? That's still a mystery. Because access is difficult, dangerous, politically fraught. But some independent expeditions claim to have descended into dry caves near the Peten Bassin, only to find carved rooms, circular altars, and most chillingly, sealed doors. Huge slabs of stone, carved with glyphs warning of curses, of blindness, of transformation. Sound like myth? Let's look again at the Popol Vuh. The hero twins Hunahpu and Exbalanque descend into Xibalba to avenge their father. They are challenged in bizarre ways. A room filled with blades, a room of complete darkness, a room where cold kills thought. These rooms are described spatially, as if mapped. And some of those same rooms appear symbolically, at least in the ball courts of Maya cities. Courts which are always aligned near cave entrances. Courts which are often surrounded by murals of the hero twins battling the lords of Xibalba. Were the ball games mere sport? Or ritualized reenactments of a cosmic journey into the underworld? Now here's where it sharpens. Modern-day shamans in Guatemala, Belize, and Mexico still treat certain caves with absolute fear. They won't enter. Not for gold, not for research, not even for healing. They say the air changes inside. That time becomes slippery. That voices call from far below, and sometimes you hear your own name. The Tsutujil have a legend of inverted people mirror twins who live in the underworld, mocking the living. If you meet yours, you won't return. The Quiche Maya speak of silent priests in Xibalba, who collect the names of the curious and feed them to the roots of the earth. There are even accounts from the colonial period of Spanish soldiers entering caves to loot treasures and never returning, or returning, changed. So what could be down there? Some say the Maya kept libraries of stone entire histories carved into walls, written in glyphs we still can't fully decode. Others claim the caves lead to energy sources, geothermal cores, crystalline matrices used to power or enhance consciousness. Still, others think Xibalba was never meant to be entered by mortals at all, that it is a machine. Not in the mechanical sense, but in the cosmic architecture sense. a resonance chamber, a soul accelerator, a prison, or a womb. Because death, in Maya belief, isn't final. Xibalba is not just a place of torment, it's also a place of transformation, a necessary descent before rebirth. You don't escape it, you pass through it. And if you emerge, if you are no longer who you were, maybe that's why they mapped it so well. Not to fear it, to find it, to enter, not as punishment, but as initiation. And if the caves beneath Chichen Itza and Tikal and Palenque truly lead to deeper chamber-sealed ones, undisturbed for millennia, then maybe the Maya haven't vanished at all. Maybe they just went where they always said they would. Into the dark, into the test, into Xibalba. And now, from the humid breath of Mesoamerican myth, we head not to another continent but deeper still, to a land no compass finds, a paradise or prison beneath the poles, the last refuge of an ancient race. Next, the Hyperboreans' hollow earth theory. The Hyperboreans' hollow earth theory. Long before the compass pointed north, before ice crowned the poles, and before maps warned, "Here be dragons," there was a whisper of a land untouched by death, a realm of eternal sunlight, no disease, no war, no winter, just radiance, youth, and the unending hum of perfection. They called it Hyperborea. To the ancient Greeks, Hyperborea lay beyond the north wind boreas, so far north, that it transcended the cycles of seasons and sorrow. Apollo, god of light and reason, was said to visit it every year. The Hyperboreans didn't worship him. They hosted him, entertained him, matched his intellect and his music. Think about that. Even gods, it seems, traveled to learn from Hyperborea. But the mystery isn't that they existed, it's where they went. Because if you follow the thread of Hyperborea through history, through myth, through maps, through murmured esotericate, leads not to the sky but down, not northward across continents, but inward beneath them, into the hollow earth. Let's start with geography, or, more accurately, topography as cosmology. In the ancient world, many cultures believe the earth was not solid, but layered, like a divine onion. At the center was not magma, but something else. A sun within the earth, an inner world surrounded by vast chasms and oceans, inhabited by the original humans or those who predated them. And among these inner civilizations, the Hyperboreans. Some versions describe them as Nordic-like tall, fair, serene, impossibly old. Others see them as something less human beings of plasma or light, capable of shifting form, of thought-to-thought communication. But in all versions, the theme is the same. They live in balance, in light, in a land untouched by the surface's entropy. According to hollow earth theorists, yes, they exist, and they write a lot. The entrances to Hyperborea lie not on the frozen tundra, but at the poles, both poles, hidden by governments, obscured by cloud cover, protected by electromagnetic anomalies. Why the poles? Because they are the planet's axis, not just magnetically, but energetically. They're the points where the Earth breathes, where energy flows inward and outward. And, according to some, where the Earth itself is open. Multiple 19th and 20th century explorers claimed strange phenomena near the poles, compasses spinning, temperature spikes, unexplained green fog. Some claimed to see vast open waters where there should be ice. Others reported landscapes, valleys of green, warm breezes, even mammoths. Let's talk about one of the most infamous of these stories. Admiral Richard E. Byrd, an American naval officer, conducted several expeditions to Antarctica and the Arctic between the 1920s and 1950s. In his personal writings, disputed, disavowed, and buried under layers of hearsay, he allegedly describes flying into a polar opening where he encountered a land of lush vegetation, giant animals, and a highly advanced civilization that lived inside the Earth. He referred to it as the land beyond the poles. Bird was no crackpot. He was a decorated pilot, a war hero, a scientific mind. And yet, he saw something, or was shown something. But let's peel back further. In esoteric traditions theosophy, Rosicrucianism, even certain strains of Kabbalah Hyperborea, is more than a place. It's a stage of humanity, a previous epoch, a first civilization, not bound to time, not decayed by ego. Some say it was the first root race, existing before Atlantis, before Lemuria. And when the world began to harden, when time became linear, when duality emerged, Hyperborea descended. Not metaphorically, literally. It moved inward to preserve itself, not as a utopia for escape, but as a seed vault, an ark of consciousness, a place to wait, beneath the noise, until the surface matured, which obviously hasn't happened yet. So how would such a place function? Forget caves and tunnels. Hyperborea isn't a hole in the ground. It's described as a planetary wamba concave sphere inside the Earth, lit by a central sun, with its own sky, oceans, continents. Gravity functions differently. Light refracts in soft hues. Time flows in harmonic spirals. Sound like fiction? That's because it's not science fiction. It's cosmic architecture. The ancient Vedic texts speak of Shambala, a pure land inside the earth, home to enlightened beings. The Norse spoke of Asgard as being connected through Yggdrasil, the world tree, whose roots reached into an inner world. The Celts told of Avalon, not as an island, but a place hidden from perception, reachable only by mist and song. And always, it's beneath. Which brings us back to the Hyperboreans. Why the secrecy? Why hide? Because the surface has become too loud, too fractured. The surface runs on ego and scarcity. Hyperborea runs on resonance and abundance. There's no conflict between the two realms, only a bufferin energetic firewall. Cross it uninvited, and you get lost. Mentally, physically, spiritually. But here's where it spikes from myth into modern obsession. Certain groups, some spiritual, some not believe that Hyperborea can be reached, not by shovels or rockets, but through frequency. Through the right harmonic alignment, you can phase shift into it. Not disappear, but tune in. Like a radio dial. Get the frequency right and a glacier becomes a doorway. A snowstorm becomes a filter. A scream becomes a key. There are experiments, allegedly. Acoustic chambers, built in the Arctic Circle. Chants sung into the earth. Meditations performed at twilight, during equinox alignments, with the North Star fixed overhead. Some say the gates have opened. That's why you feel the pull of the poles. Why global powers hover around the Arctic and Antarctica like buzzards. It's not oil, it's not military, it's access. Access to the old ones, the immobile watchers, to Hyperborea. So is it real? Ask yourself, why does every ancient culture place their perfect land either in the sky or beneath? Why does every myth end in descent? Why does paradise always require a loss of self? Because maybe the truth isn't just under our feet, it's inside them. And from the serene glow of Hyperborea's eternal noon, we fall back into dust, into grit, into one of the oldest cities on Earth. A place where temples rise like teeth, and history is stacked in layers like sediment. But what's beneath it? What lies under the oldest temple on the planet? Next, Göbekli Tepe's hidden ancestors. Göbekli Tepe's hidden ancestors. In the arid hills of southeastern Turkey, a mound once mistaken for nothing more than a natural rise in the landscape cracked open the narrative of human history. Beneath its layers of dirt and time lay something impossible. Massive stone pillars carved with animals, gods, and symbols dating back to 9600 BCE. Göbekli Tepe, the oldest known temple complex in the world. Older than Stonehenge, older than the pyramids, older than writing, metalwork, the wheel, older than everything. It is the architectural equivalent of a slap in the face to linear history. It shouldn't exist, and yet it does. But what's more unnerving than its age is its deliberate burial. The site wasn't abandoned. It was filled in with thousands of tons of backfill stone, bone, debris. It was entombed as if someone or something wanted it forgotten, hidden, preserved, or sealed. But sealed from what? Because Göbekli Tepe may not be the beginning of civilization. It may be the surface tombstone of something even older. Something subterranean. Let's take a slow breath. Mainstream archaeology will tell you Göbekli Tepe was a temple, a ritual site, maybe the first of its kind. Built by pre-agricultural hunter-gatherers who, without the wheel or beasts of burden, erected megaliths weighing 10 to 20 tons, some over 18 feet tall. By hand. With what tools? With what plan? Because the site isn't random. It's laid out in concentric circles, with T-shaped pillars often aligned astronomically tracking solstices, star systems, lunar nodes. Each pillar is carved in relief with animals, insects, and abstract glyphs that don't just decorate, they communicate. Some scholars suggest these are proto-writing system serially memory codes. Others say it's mythographia cosmology written in stone. But what if it's neither? What if it's a warning? Here's the unsettling part. Beneath the visible portions of Göbekli Tepe lie at least 16 more enclosures. Excavation is slow, painfully so. But ground-penetrating radar has shown more circles, more massive stones, more secrets, all beneath. And yet, even deeper? That's where the rumors start. There are local tales whispers, really, of hollow sounds beneath the central pillars, of excavation workers hearing echoes from nowhere, of vibrations felt through the soles of their boots. In some versions, a tunnel was found sealed by a basalt door cut with inhuman precision, leading down into darkness. Unconfirmed, unexcavated, but whispered enough that it refuses to die. Which raises a terrifying question. What were they building over? There's a theory completely fringe, but sticky, that Göbekli Tepe wasn't a temple to the gods. It was a lock, a containment system, a plug, sealing a breach. Let's backtrack. 9600 BCE. That's right, after the end of the Younger Dryas, a sudden violent climatic event that ended the Ice Age, something shook the world. Comet impact? Solar event? Mass volcanic activity? We don't know. But something tore through the atmosphere, melted ice sheets, raised sea levels, and reset the planet. And right after that, someone builds this? A massive, intentionally aligned megalithic structure with underground components, no clear domestic use, and deliberately buried within a few centuries? Seems like an overreaction. Unless it was preparation, or an attempt to suppress something. Because the symbols at Göbekli Tepe, especially the vulture, scorpion, and eclipse motifs, seem to point not just to the heavens, but to cycles of cataclysm. Some interpret the carvings as a sky chart of a moment in time, possibly encoding the exact date of the Younger Dryas impact. But why encode that in stone? Unless it was a message, not for the gods, for the next survivors. So where does the underground come in? There are sign-squiet, sign-soft subterranean infrastructure, stone channels, burial shafts. One particular T-pillar, heavily eroded, sits atop what some believe is a ventilation shaft, capped long ago. Another sits above an acoustic anomalia spot, where voices echo longer than they should, and sounds carry oddly through solid rock. These aren't just construction quirks, they're engineered features, which leads to the possibility that Göbekli Tepe is only the capstone, the tip of a hidden architecture, a ritual interface for something built below. And here's where the paranoia deepens. There are rumors again, unconfirmed, of a sealed vault beneath the main enclosure. Not a burial, not a granary, a chamber, lined with smooth stone, no carvings, no bodies, just emptiness. Or what appears to be. Theorists speculate it was a kind of containment field, a vacuum, a null chamber designed to trap or contain something non-physical, not a creature, a presence, a memory, a weapon. And when the climate changed, when the world cracked, the people returned, built the circles, set the stones, and buried it all. Not to preserve it, to suffocate it. Because you don't bury your temples in pristine condition. You bury your failures. Still, the question remains, who built it? The hunter-gatherers of the time weren't known for architecture, stone carving, or astronomical alignment. Their sites elsewhere are simplifiers, bones, tools. But at Göbekli Tepe? Suddenly, advanced engineering, symbolic systems, monumental geometry. Did they invent it overnight? Or did they inherit it? Which brings us to the hidden ancestors. Some say a prior civilization existed before the Younger Dryas, something now lost to flood, fire, or time. Not aliens, not Atlanteans, just humans. Advanced, intelligent, organized. When the sky broke open, they ran down into the earth, into deep shelters, maybe under mountain ranges or tectonic shelters, maybe under Göbekli Tepe. They survived the cataclysm, and when the dust cleared, they emerged, taught the survivors, seeded knowledge, then vanished, or returned below. And the monument? A beacon, or a boundary, or a door. So what lies under Göbekli Tepe? We may never know. Excavation is slow, access is restricted, and the more they uncover, the more questions appear. But maybe that's the point. Maybe we're not meant to open it yet. Maybe we're being watched, not by gods, by architects, by those who remember what's beneath the surface, and are waiting for us to remember it too. And now, from the buried stone of the oldest temple on Earth, we plunge into something newer, stranger, more urban. A myth that hides in subway tunnels and steam vents. Next, the Mole Men of Manhattan. Mole Men of Manhattan. Somewhere in the unlit latticework beneath New York City, past the chattering subways and the dripping maintenance tunnels, through rusted iron doors and brick-walled service shafts, there's a whisper of something deeper. Something older than the A train, older than the sewer mains, older even than the grid that carved the island into numbered predictability. The mole men lived down there. Or so the story goes. Urban legend? Certainly. A figment born from flickering fluorescent lights and rats the size of puppies? Probably. But peel back the laughter, the tabloid caricatures, the Netflix docudramas, and you're left with something persistent, too persistent. A myth that refuses to go away, no matter how many times it gets laughed out of polite conversation. And behind that myth, there might be something real. Let's begin with the facts. New York City has one of the most complex subterranean infrastructures in the world. Over 800 miles of subway track, thousands of utility tunnels, dozens of forgotten passageways sealed during Prohibition or repurposed during World War II. Beneath that is the old pneumatic mail system, abandoned aqueducts, and the remnants of Dutch colonial drains. And below even that, the bedrock. Manhattan schist, dense, ancient, impenetrable, except in places where it's not, except in the seams, the cracks, the deep faults that don't show up on MTA maps. In the 1990s, investigative journalist Jennifer Toth wrote The Mole People, a controversial book detailing encounters with homeless communities who had made their homes in the abandoned tunnels of New York. She described entire shanty towns complete with makeshift electricity, water taps, and social systems, men and women who chose to live beneath the surface. That part is true, documented, photographed. But Toth also hinted at something else, something she couldn't quite explain. People who didn't come back up, whole corridors that collapsed behind them, stories of underground elders who enforced their own laws, and in the lowest levels, beyond where even the homeless dared to goothers. Hairless, pale, unblinking, not sick, not starving, just watching. It's easy to dismiss this as urban fantasy. After all, New York is a city of dreams and delusions. It makes sense that the dark underside would breed its own mythology. But here's where the darkness thickens. Starting in the early 20th century, construction workers began reporting strange anomalies beneath the city. Uneven strata, brick tunnels with no apparent purpose or direction, chambers lined with smooth, quarried stone, built well before the subway system. In 1925, a group of workers digging for a new water main in the Bronx supposedly broke into a cavern system that extended for miles. The passage narrowed, then widened again into a perfect dome, acoustically tuned. There were no tools, no graffiti, just a platform in the center, and on it, a stone slab. No inscriptions, no explanation. The crew was pulled off the job. The site was sealed. Officially, it never happened. But the story never quite died. Nor did the stories told by maintenance workers who claimed to hear voices in the tunnels too deep for the trains to explain, too distant for radio chatter. Sometimes, they saw movement. Fast, deliberate movement. The kind of movement that knows the path ahead better than you ever will. And always, eyes, at the edge of the flashlight beam, reflecting. Theories began to multiply. That there were descendants of early colonial settlers who had gone underground to escape persecution. That certain cryptic sects, kicked out of Tammany Hall in the 1800s, built ritual chambers under the East River. That a forgotten group of indigenous inhabitants, pre-Lenape, once used caves along the Hudson Bluffs to escape the sky gods, and that their descendants had never returned. And then came the real twist. That the mole men weren't humans at all. That they were remnants of something older, something pre-human. A race that adapted to the underground long before the Dutch sailed up the harbor. A race that didn't lose its melanin due to exposure. But because it was never meant to have it, let's stretch that theory. What if, buried beneath the bedrock, are vaults of memory genetic libraries left behind by a species that precedes us, beings who evolved downward instead of outward, whose eyes grew wide, whose skin grew translucent, whose bones grew light and sonar sensitive? Not aliens. Not mutants. Just a different kind of hominid. A branch that burrowed while we climbed. They would be silent, adaptive, hyper-aware, and entirely invisible to a civilization obsessed with what lies above. Until, of course, someone hears something. Which brings us to the 2003 blackout. For a few hours, New York City went dark. Total blackout. Hundreds of thousands stranded. Cameras off, phones down, lights out. And during that time, strange reports surfaced. Of voices on abandoned platforms. Of figures standing just outside the reach of cell phone flashlights. Of entire station access doors found open with no sign of forced entry. It was chalked up to confusion, panic. But others weren't so sure. They claimed the mole men came up that night, not to harm, not to hunt, just to look, to remember what they had given up, or what they would one day take back. Because here's the kicker, in every version of the mole man myth, no matter the source, there's a sense of waiting. They're not mindless monsters, they're not aimless vagrants, they're sentinels. Of what? No one knows. But some think it's the city itself. That they remember Manhattan before it was concrete, before it was asphalt. That they remember the island when it sang with trees and water and blood. And they're keeping score. So, maybe it's not paranoia. Maybe it's guilt. Maybe we know somewhere deep that something is down there. Not a forgotten people, a preserved one. And when the scaffolding finally collapses, when the economy frays beyond repair, when the streets above go silent again, they'll rise. Not as monsters, as natives, because the mole men of Manhattan aren't fantasy. They're just waiting for the world to become quiet enough to remember them. And now, from the shadows of a modern metropolis, we drop back into mythic stone, into legends older than Olympus, into the prison realm of beings too powerful to rule, too dangerous to kill. Next, the Titans, Greek myth. The Titans, Greek myth. In the beginning, the sky lay heavy upon the earth, and between them were the Titans. Not gods, not men, not monsters. Something else. Older than the Olympians, older than law, older than the idea of hierarchy itself. Born of primordial chaos, they were forces of nature given for massive, ageless, elemental. They didn't worship. They didn't beg. They were the ones that preceded everything. But here's the part they leave out in the bedtime versions of Greek myth. The Titans weren't killed. They were imprisoned. Where? Beneath the earth. In a pit called Tartarus. That name should ring a bell. It's become shorthand for hell, for punishment, for the place where bad things go to stay bad forever. But the original Tartarus isn't metaphor. In Greek cosmology, it's a physical place, deeper than Hades, deeper than death. So far down that, as Hesiod puts it, an anvil falling from heaven would take 9 days to reach Earth, and 9 more to fall from Earth to Tartarus. That's not just deep. That's dimensionally apart. And who's down there? The Titans. Let's go granular. First, we need to understand the war. In the time before the gods we know, there was Uranus, sky, and Gaia, earth. They birthed the Titans. But Uranus feared his children and buried them within Gaia, their own mother, as soon as they were born. She groaned, suffocated under their weight, and finally begged them to rebel. Only Cronus answered. He castrated his father with a sickle, took the throne, and ruled the cosmos. But tyranny breeds repetition. Cronus, fearing his own children, swallowed them whole. Until Zeus, chidden by his mother, grew strong enough to revolt, and the gods of Olympus rose in rebellion. It was called the Titanomachia War of Gods versus Titans that lasted 10 years, shook the pillars of creation, and ended with the Titans cast into Tartarus. Except not all of them. Some were spared. Prometheus, Epimetheus, Oceanus. But the rest, the powerful ones, were bound in chains of unbreakable adamantine and cast into the pit. Let's break that down. A race of godlike beings, too powerful to destroy, buried beneath the earth in a realm so remote it's not even part of the normal underworld. What does that sound like? Let's look at the structure. Tartarus isn't just a bottomless abyss. It's described with walls, gates, and guardians. The Hecatoncheires, 100-handed giants, were stationed there to keep the Titans in check. They didn't kill them, they watched them. Which implies what? That the Titans aren't just locked away. They're still alive, still waiting. And here's where it warps. Some esoteric traditions, especially during the Hellenistic period, began to reframe Tartarus not as a prison for the wicked, but as a sealed dimension. A realm of knowledge and power so intense that only the unworthy experience it as torment. Sound familiar? It should. Because almost every ancient culture has a version of this. The Asuras of Vedic lore buried in Patala. The Watchers of Enochian Apocrypha, bound beneath the earth for teaching humanity forbidden knowledge. The jinn of Islamic myth, trapped in caverns and ruins for their disobedience. Even in Norse myth, Loki is bound in the earth's belly, waiting for Ragnarok. And in every case, the pattern is the same: imprisoned, not annihilated, because annihilation is a closed loop. But imprisonment? That's a time bomb. Now here's the twist. Some modern theorists believe the Titans weren't just myths. They were the first civilization, a race of enormous, long-lived beings who mastered the elements, ruled the earth in prehistory, and then fell, either due to hubris, or war, or external intervention. The gods that replaced them were newer models, more human, more orderly, more manageable. So what do you do with a power you can't destroy? You bury it, literally. And you call that place Tartarus. But what if Tartarus isn't just a poetic concept? What if it's somewhere real? There are parts of the Mediterranean where caves drop miles into the earth, vertical chasms, steam vents, salt caves, thermal fissures. The Greeks built temples over many of them, not on accident. On purpose. The Oracle of Delphi? Situated over a chasm emitting psychoactive gases. The Necromantean of Acheron? Built atop an underground chamber said to be the entrance to Hades. These were not symbolic. They were gateways. And in some versions of Orphic ritual, initiates didn't just speak of the underworld. They were taken underground, blindfolded, drugged, and led through stone corridors to enact their own deaths and rebirths. Some came back with visions, others didn't. But the most compelling theory? That Tartarus isn't just below us in space. It's below us in vibration. A phase-shifted domain, accessible only when certain harmonics are met. That's why gods couldn't destroy the Titans. They existed on a different frequency, one that could be locked, but not eliminated. And if that's true, then Tartarus could be all around us, just out of sync. A sealed layer of reality, pulsing beneath our feet. Waiting. And the Titans? Not sleeping, just listening. Listening for the right resonance, the right cosmic tone, the right opening. Because everything that's buried gets unearthed eventually. Civilizations rot, empires fall, locks rust. And myth? Myth is just memory that refuses to die. So maybe the Titans are real. Maybe they built the first cities. Maybe they taught us to farm, to shape stone, to speak fire. And maybe we repaid them with fear. We locked them away. We called it a myth. And now, we build skyscrapers over their tombs and drill pipelines through their veins and wonder why the earth trembles. So, if one day the ground splits open and something climbs out that knows your name, don't ask who let it out. Ask who buried it. And now, from ancient Tartarus, we rise into volcanic stone, into chimneys and corridors of ash, into a land carved not just by lava, but by fear. Next, Cappadocia's forgotten tribes. Cappadocia's forgotten tribes. If Earth has a gateway to the underworld, it might look like Cappadocia, a region in central Turkey where the ground is soft and the sky is always far away, where ash became stone and stone became story, where churches, cities, and whole lifetimes were carved not upward, but inward. Here, people didn't just dig, they disappeared. Beneath fairy chimneys and cratered plains, beneath monasteries and market roads, there are doors that lead down into a world without sun, layered worlds, stacked cities, vaults of silence. And at the heart of it all lies a riddle wrapped in tough rock. Who were the first to live underground here? The quick answer? Nobody knows. Let's start with what we do know. Cappadocia is famous today for its otherworldly rock formation, scone-shaped spires of volcanic tuff, hollowed into cave dwellings, churches, and storerooms. Above ground, the region's beauty is surreal. But it's the below, that defies logic. There are over 200 known underground cities in Cappadocia. Not caves, cities. And some are immense. The most famous, Derinkuyu, plunges at least 18 stories deep, capable of housing 20,000 people, complete with ventilation shafts, wells, stables, chapels, communal kitchens, wineries, and even schools. It wasn't a fallout shelter. It was a lifestyle. But here's the twist. The people we know lived here. Byzantines, early Christians, and other Anatolian groups used these cities to hide from persecution. They didn't build them. They found them. Over and over again, archaeologists unearthed chambers that predate their supposed creators by centuries, sometimes millennia. The further down they go, the more sophisticated the architecture becomes. The ventilation shafts, engineered with flawless precision, run vertically for hundreds of feet, maintaining breathable air levels even 20 stories below. There are massive rolling stone doors, weighing half a ton or more, designed to seal sections from the inside. Not to keep something out. To keep something in. That's not defensive architecture. That's containment logic. So who built them? Mainstream theories suggest the Phrygians, in the 8th or 7th century BCE, but no inscriptions confirm this. No tools, no signature style, just emptiness. The deeper you go, the less cultural footprint you find. No idols, no frescoes, no graffiti. Just rock, worn smooth by use, not decorated by ego. Which raises the question, was this even meant for humans? Let's consider the forgotten tribes. There are whispers in the hills of central Anatolia, passed down through village superstitions and half-buried folklore. Stories of ash people, pale as fog, who spoke in tones not heard but felt, who vanished into the rock long before the Byzantines, who left no graves, who left no bones. Just doors. Doors too low for standing adults. Passages too narrow for normal shoulders. Chambers shaped not for social function, but for movement. Quick, quiet movement. Some believe these forgotten tribes were not tribal at all, but a parallel lineage, not Neanderthal, not Homo sapiens, something beside us. A race that adapted not to forest, plains, or tundra but to the subsurface. They learned to navigate by sound. They shaped their homes with vibration. They carved not with tools, but with resonantia technology we barely understand. There are places in Cappadocia where the stone rings like a bell when struck in certain ways, where frequencies hum through tunnels like breath through a flute. Some researchers have suggested the use of sonic excavation. Not fiction, just forgotten. And here's where it gets colder. Many of the underground cities are connected by tunnels, some stretching for miles between them. Derinkuyu to Kaimakli, Kaimakli to Ozkonak. These are not casual connections. These are planned routes, protected by airlocks, designed to allow fast, invisible travel across vast terrain without ever touching the surface. Why? To evade detection? To escape danger? Or to control the surface world from beneath it? It's easy to romanticize it. A secret civilization, hidden below, guiding events from the shadows. But what if they weren't guiding? What if they were guarding? Because here's the spine shiverer. In some of the deepest levels where even historians hesitate to descend there, are rooms that serve no clear function. Circular rooms, blackened with age, built like sound chambers or isolation cells. No carvings. No soot. Just a feeling. People who've entered them describe a presence, an auditory pressure, a sensation of not being alone, even in perfect silence. Some say these were prisons. Others say they were wombs. Places where something was grown, not birthed, where memory was stored, not told, and that maybe, just maybe, the ash people didn't vanish. They withdrew. Into these hollows. Into hibernation. Because Cappadocia isn't just an underground refuge, it's a necropolis of waiting. Waiting for the sun to burn out, waiting for the sky to quiet, waiting for the world above to forget its own name. And here's the final shudder. Many of the deepest tunnels still unexcavated run in a direction few expect. Down, not sideways, not sloping, straight down, toward older bedrock, toward geothermal vents. Some believe these tunnels lead to another network not built by the Ash people, but found by them. A deeper level, a substratum civilization, a realm where language fails. And if that's true, then the forgotten tribes of Cappadocia weren't just hiding. They were messengers, intermediaries between the surface and something deeper. Something that doesn't speak in light, or breath, or blood. Something that only the stone remembers. And now, from the hollow vaults of volcanic memory, we slip across the Mediterranean to a temple of echoes, a mystery carved beneath an island where time folds and breathes. Next, basement builders of Malta. Basement builders of Malta. If Europe has a throat, it is Malta. Not metaphorically, not culturally geologically, a stone throat rising from the sea and plunging back into it. A gnarled limestone archipelago that has swallowed and exhaled civilizations for thousands of years. Phoenicians, Carthaginians, Romans, Arabs, Normans all stamped it, fought for it, left their bones in its soil. But none of them built the Hypogeum of Al-Saflieni. Beneath the industrial town of Paola, past the cracked sidewalks and concrete stairwells, lies a place that should not exist. A site too sophisticated for its era, too silent for its scale, too deliberate. The Hypogeum, carved from solid rock. 3 levels deep. No mortar, no metal, no scaffolding. Just space, void, and something watching through the stone. The official line says it was a necropolis, a burial chamber, a place to store the dead of Malta's mysterious temple builders. But that doesn't explain the acoustics, or the anatomical anomalies, or the disappearances. Let's begin at the surface. The Hypogeum was discovered in 1902 accidentally, during construction. Workers smashed through the roof of an upper chamber and found themselves looking down into darkness. What they revealed, level by level, was not a ruin. It was a machine, not in the mechanical sense. In the architectural, metaphysical, resonance-based sense, because the Hypogeum isn't just a cave. It's a harmonic chamber. In the oracle room, a male voice speaking at certain frequencies causes the entire chamber and certain adjacent ones to vibrate. The sound resonates, creating standing waves that affect not just hearing, but the human body. It induces trance, hallucination, synesthesia. People report hearing things that aren't there, seeing patterns, losing time. And it wasn't accidental. The builders tuned it, designed it, and nobody knows how. Because the Hypogeum predates writing, predates the wheel, predates Stonehenge. It is older than logic, and whoever built it left nothing behind. No inscriptions, no statues, just bones, thousands of bones, most smashed, fragmented, disarticulated, as if the bodies weren't buried, but stored, like data or offerings. Here's the cold breath. Of all the skeletons found, a significant number were elongated, not just in the skull but in the arms, the fingers. Some crania had unfused plates, suggesting they grew in a way modern humans don't. Some had no sagittal suture at all, something virtually unknown in Homo sapiens. And then, in 1940, something happened. Several school children were being shown the deeper levels of the Hypogeum. They never came back. Vanished. The official story: they were never there. But rumors persist that one of the deeper tunnels collapsed. or was sealed by someone who never explained why. Because the Hypogeum connects via now closed passages to other sites on Malta, to the megalithic surface temples like Menajdra and Ajarkim, to catacombs, to the sea, and in the deepest layer, the Holy of Holies. A room with a trilithon shrine carved directly into the wall. Perfect symmetry. No tool marks. A level of precision that even modern stonemasons admire and cannot replicate. But here's the thinnest ice. Some believe the Hypogeum wasn't a necropolis. It was an interface. A place to communicate with something below. Or contain it. Because the levels descend intentionally. Upper, ritual. Middle, transition. Lower, containment. The deepest chamber, currently closed to the public, is said to contain sealed stone boxes. No one knows what's inside. Some say sound-based technology. Some say organic remnants. Others whisper of a being or beings still present, hibernating, listening. Because the Hypogeum is quiet in a way that screams. It absorbs sound, pulls it inward. People report feeling watched, followed, as if the stone itself is recording them, not metaphorically, literally. That the structure is a resonant memory field, storing intention, frequency, maybe even consciousness. And who built it? The surface temples of Malta, magnificent in their own right, offer no answers. They align to solstices, lunar events, Sirius, and more. But the temple builders left no language, no signatures. No evidence of war, agriculture, or kings. Just stone. And sudden disappearance. Around 2500 BCE, they're gone. Without violence, without climate shift, just gone. One theory, they left. Another, they descended into the Hypogeum and never came back. Let's peel the skin further. There's an esoteric belief that Malta sits atop one of the planet's geomantic nodes, places where Earth's energetic meridians intersect, like Glastonbury, like Giza, like Mount Shasta. These nodes are said to amplify consciousness, to warp time, to thin veils. And the Hypogeum? It's not just on one. It's centered on it, deliberately, built as a keyhole into another layer of reality. Some claim the builders were not local, that they arrived long before recorded history, that they understood sound, resonance, vibration as tools to shape matter, that they left behind a gateway not to another place but to a state. And when their time came, they didn't die. They transformed, or retreated, into the bedrock, into the frequency field of the earth. Still there, still dreaming. So maybe the Hypogeum isn't a tomb. It's a cradle, a place where the future was seated, a vessel for consciousness not yet awakened. And when you walk into its echoing halls, you're not stepping into a ruin. You're stepping into a waiting room. So listen closely, because the walls aren't silent. They're breathing. And they remember you. Now, from Malta's sacred resonance chambers, we follow the forgotten veins of Earth into frozen silence, into whispering permafrost and rumored vaults of prehistoric memory. Next, Siberian Tunnels of the Ancients. Siberian Tunnels of the Ancients. There are parts of Siberia where compasses don't work, where time stumbles, where planes go missing, where the snow never settles quite right, and beneath that endless white, beneath the taiga, the tundra, the cryogenic silence are said to be tunnels. Long, vast, unmapped, and ancient. They're not in guidebooks, they're not charted, but they echo through whispers in the frost stories shared in low voices by hunters and reindeer herders and oilmen who've gone too far north for too long. The locals don't joke about them, they warn. The Siberian Tunnels. They are the kind of thing you hear about in expedition journals, in the margins of declassified Soviet documents, in half-erased web forums, in obscure anthropology theses that mysteriously disappear from university servers. Tunnels made not by nature, but by something else. Let's start with the mythic breadcrumbs. Many indigenous Siberian cultures, the Evenki, the Yakuts, the Chukchi, speak of beings that came from beneath the earth, not the sky. Earthwalkers, they're sometimes called. Stone whisperers. They weren't gods. They weren't demons. They were builders, teachers, quiet, pale, too tall. They lived underground, but not in caves, in structures, labyrinths. These stories stretch back thousands of years. They speak of ancient cities buried beneath permafrost, of rivers that vanish into warm underground chambers, and occasionally, of strange structures poking out of the tundra like the broken bones of a giant. The Soviets, for all their science, listened. In the 1940s and 50s, during the Siberian resource push, they sent geological teams to the far reaches of the Yakutia and Krasnoyarsk regions. Several crews reported unusual terrain, not just permafrost patterns, but man-made symmetry in the rock, stone rings, shafts that dipped into the earth with walls too smooth, too straight. They marked the sites, drilled near some, then walked away. Some say they found tunnels that were still warm, that the interiors resisted freezing, that machinery broke down the deeper they went, compasses spun, radios screamed static. One report, buried in a KGB memo, claimed that a team found a metallic dome beneath 30 feet of ice. When they tried to dig, they were told to stop. Then silence. But what were they afraid of? Because if these tunnels are real, and not just erosion or mining remnants, then someone built them, long before humans were supposed to be there. Let's talk geology. Much of Siberia sits on one of the oldest landmasses on Earth, the Siberian Craton, stable for over 3 billion years. If anything survived the meteor storms, the ice ages, the tectonic convulsions, it's this. Perfect place to hide something, to build something. And there are satellite photos heavily disputed, often blurred or removed, that show perfectly linear features beneath the forest canopy. Not roads, not rivers, straight lines, angles, occasionally, junctions. You don't get junctions in nature. You get them in networks. And these features, when modeled in 3D, suggest tunnels that extend for hundreds of miles between abandoned settlements, beneath mountain ranges, toward the Arctic coast. Some researchers suggest that these could be part of an Ice Age-era civilization, something that retreated below ground when the climate collapsed. Not primitive, not hunter-gatherers. A people who understood stone, thermodynamics, and possibly electromagnetic shielding. The evidence? It's not in the tools. It's in the absence. No bones. No ceramics. Just voids. And voids, as any archaeologist will tell you, don't occur naturally at that depth, in that arrangement. Now let's get weird. There are accounts again, fringe, but repeating, of aurora-like light coming from boreholes, of frost evaporating around certain rock features, of subtle hums, rhythmic, pulsing, like the earth is breathing in Morse code. What causes that? The rational answer would be geothermal activity. But these areas aren't volcanic. So either there's something we don't understand about the crust here, or something else is active below. And then there's the Tunguska event. An explosion over the Siberian forest flattened over 800 square miles of trees. The official explanation, a meteor. But no crater. No fragments. Just scorched earth and seismic shock waves that rattled the planet. Some theorists say Tunguska wasn't from above. It was from below. A release, a breach, a failure in containment. Something broke through and was silenced. That same year, travelers reported strange weather patterns near the Podkamanaya Tunguska River, lights in the sky, rumbling earth, animals fleeing for days before the event. Like they sensed it. Like they'd felt it before. And that brings us to the vault theory. A growing fringe idea that the Siberian tunnels are not just habitations, or passages, or cities. They are storage. Not for food. Not for treasure. For consciousness. That they house a backup of something. A memory. A will. A civilization's final echo. Waiting. And when the time is right, when the climate shifts again, when the electromagnetic field dips, when the noise of human civilization fades, they'll reactivate. The tunnels will warm. The signals will resume. The ancients will remember themselves. And what will they do? No one knows. But some claim to have seen things. Lightless shapes moving across snow at dusk. Footprints where no person could have walked. Sound patterns mimicking language. And in the oldest shamanic circles, there is a ritual rarely spoken, never written, where one listens at the ice cracks near certain mountains. Not to hear spirits. To hear instructions. Because the tunnels are not silent. They are asleep. And everything that sleeps eventually wakes. So, the next time you look at a satellite image of northern Russia and see nothing but endless white, remember what's underneath. And now, from the frozen silence of ancient Siberia, we slip into sacred geometry, into the measured madness of civilization's most iconic mystery. Next, beneath the pyramids, Egyptian initiates. Beneath the pyramids, Egyptian initiates. Let's be clear, the Great Pyramid of Giza is already terrifying on the surface. A 2.3 million stone block riddle, aligned within a fraction of a degree to true north, tall enough to catch lightning, heavy enough to compress bedrock. So precisely cut that modern engineers still argue over how it was built without laser levels, cranes, or electricity. But what lies beneath? That's the question Egyptologists answer with a nervous cough and a page from the official guidebook. Yes, there's a subterranean chamber. No, it doesn't go anywhere. Yes, there are shafts. No, they don't lead outside. Yes, we've scanned most of it. Probably. But here's the thing about the Giza Plateau. It's not just a surface monument. It's a capstone. The visible tip of something far deeper, far older, and far more unsettling. Let's go down. Underneath the Great Pyramid is a chamber carved directly into the bedrock, the so-called subterranean chamber. It's unfinished, rough, and mostly ignored by mainstream archaeologists. But even in its rawness, it defies logic. First, it lies below the water table, which means it would have been impossible to dig during many eras of Egypt's known history. Second, it contains a narrow, descending shaft that continues downward, eventually ending in a sealed niche, not a room, a void. No one knows why it's there, or what it once held. Some suggest it was symbolic, representing the underworld journey. Others whisper it wasn't symbolic at all, that it was a hatch. Because Giza isn't just built for ceremony. It's engineered like a machine, a resonance chamber, a tuning fork, a repository of frequencies. From the precise ratios of the king's chamber to the acoustic properties of the Grand Gallery, everything inside the pyramid is designed to vibrate. Sound, light, maybe even consciousness. So when the ancient Egyptian priests spoke of initiation rites beneath the pyramid, they weren't talking about temple school. They were talking about transformation. Let's go back 4,000 years. Initiates of the ancient mystery schools weren't just taught math and astronomy. They were subjected to days of sensory deprivation, isolation, and acoustic bombardment. They were placed in sarcophagi-like boxes, stone, sealed, echoing Gand left. Some emerged, speaking in riddles. Some didn't emerge at all. But the ones who survived were said to be reborn, no longer men. Now Natersa word often translated as gods, but more accurately rendered as principles of cosmic function. In other words, they became something else. Where did these initiations happen? The inner sanctums of temples? Maybe. But more often, the texts say they went beneath, into the house of the hidden places. And if the pyramid was the house, then beneath it was the cellar. Let's talk shafts. The Great Pyramid contains 4 narrow channels from the king's chamber, 2 from the queen's, traditionally labeled air shafts. They don't connect to any known passageways. They angle up into the stone and vanish. But in the early 2000s, a robot was sent up one. What it found, a sealed door. Behind that, another small chamber. Behind that, a stone plug. We still don't know what's beyond that. But the dimensions of the chamber suggest it's not just a vent. It's a signal path, a filter for very specific frequencies, an antenna. And if that's true, then these aren't just tomb features. They're part of an energy circuit, one that starts below. Because in several papyri, including the fabled Book of Coming Forth by Day, there are references to the Nun, the primordial waters beneath the earth, a place of darkness, chaos, and transformation. The soul passes through it to be reborn. And where does this Nun reside? Directly under the earth. Directly under the pyramid. You see where this is going. Now let's stretch it further. There are rumors quietly passed, loudly denied of vast underground networks beneath Giza. Not just chambers, not just shafts, cities. Early 20th century explorers like Hamilton Smith and Paul Brunton wrote of being led through sealed doorways into hallways that extended for miles, of discovering rooms filled with artifacts, sarcophagi, even murals no one had ever documented. One even claimed to hear chanting low, harmonic tones that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The Egyptian government denies it. Of course they do. Because if the plateau truly is riddled with passageways, and if those passageways house pre-dynastic structures, then the timeline of human civilization implodes. Because it would mean the pyramid wasn't built as a tomb. It was built as a lid, a seal. And beneath it? Not mummies, memories. Architectural memory, planetary memory, or something stranger. There are hints in the writings of Plutarch, Strabo, even Herodotus, for all his inaccuracies, still walked the ancient world with open eyes. They speak of chambers filled with books of stone, written in a language older than hieroglyphs, of beings who could move through rock like water, of kings who never died, just descended. And then there are the modern echoes. Remote viewers claiming to see massive vaults beneath the Sphinx. LiDAR scans showing anomalies beneath the plateau in perfect geometric alignment. Egyptian locals who still refuse to dig in certain spots, claiming the ground sings at night. So what's down there? A civilization? A storage vault? A battery? Or something else? Here's one theory. That beneath the pyramid is a kind of quantum seed vault, not of DNA, but of consciousness templates. That the initiates of the ancient world weren't just trained, they were replicated, mapped, imprinted, so that when the world burned again, they could rise. Not from the stars, from the stone, and maybe they still wait. In the deep places, not as corpses, not as gods, but as codes, because the pyramid was never meant to bury the dead. It was meant to wake the sleeping. And one day, when the frequencies align, when the earth shifts again, when the noise of modernity finally goes silent, they'll come back online, and the stone will speak. Because under the pyramids lies not a tomb, but a server, and it's humming forever. Script complete.